Test there. Good afternoon. Opening today's meeting for the Santa Rosa City School Board meeting, Wednesday, March 13th, 2024. Just letting folks know that President Medina and Trustee De La Cruz are attending virtually due to just cause. At this time, are there any items?
Vice President Flores, you'll want to call for public comment and then read the items in closed session.
At this time, I will take public comment on closed session items only. For speakers will have 2 minutes each. The items on the closed session agenda are as follow. Public employee performance evaluation. That's B1. B2, public employee discipline dismissal release. B3, conference with labor negotiations. SRTA and CSEA, conference with legal counsel, and conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, 2 cases on that. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on closed session items?
Vice President Flores, there is no public comment.
Thank you. We'll recess to closed session. In today's meeting of the Santa Rosa City School Board meeting. Opening this session Wednesday, March 13th, 2024. Today, President Medina and Trustee De La Cruz will not be able to attend our open session. We'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. If you please rise and remain standing through our land acknowledgement as well.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
I acknowledge that Santa Rosa City Schools is on the traditional territory and homelands of the Pomo people, traditional territory and homelands of the Coast Miwok people, and honor with gratitude the land itself and the people who have stewarded it throughout the generations. This land acknowledgement calls us to commit to continuing to learn how to be better stewards of the land we inhabit. By offering this land acknowledgement, we affirm Indigenous sovereignty and will work to hold Santa Rosa City Schools more accountable to the needs of American Indian and Indigenous peoples.
Thank you. That was Christina Sena, the principal from Helen Layman Elementary. Thank you for that land acknowledgement. We're moving on to C3. Reports taken in closed session. The following reports were taken in closed session. During closed session, the board voted 7-0, 0 members absent to authorize the district superintendent or designee to adopt resolution number 2023/24-54 to notify one certificated administrator of 0.2 FTE that they may be released or possibly reassigned their position for the 2024-25 school year pursuant to Education Code 44951. During closed session, the board voted 7-0, 0 members absent, to authorize the district superintendent or her designee to adopt resolution number 2023/24-53 to notify one certificated administrator, a 0.1 FTE, that they may be released or possibly reassigned from their position for the 24-25 school year pursuant to Education Code 44951. During closed session, the board voted 7-0, 0 members absent, to authorize the district superintendent or her designee to adopt resolution number 24-52 to notify one certificated administrator of 1.0 FTE that they may be released or possibly reassigned from their position for the 24-25 school year pursuant of Education Code 44951. During closed session, the board approved and voted 7-0, 0 members absent to authorize the district superintendent or her designee to adopt resolution number 2023/24-51 to notify one certificated administrator of 1 FTE that they may be released or possibly reassigned from their position for the 24-25 school year pursuant to Education Code Section 4451. During closed session, the board voted 7-0, 0 members absent to authorize the district superintendent or her designee to adopt resolution 2023/24-50 to notify one certificated administrator that they may be released of a 1.0 FTE or possibly reassigned from their position for the 24-25 school year pursuant to Education Code 44951. During closed session, the board approved and voted 7-0, 0 members absent to authorize the district superintendent or her designee to adopt resolution 2023/24-49 to notify one certificated administrator of 1.0 FTE that they may be released or possibly reassigned from their position for the 24-25 school year pursuant to Education Code 44951. Moving on to item C4. Items considered in closed session for actions to take in open session. No items in closed session that require action in open session. Item C5, statements of abstentions from the school board. Seeing none tonight, moving on to C6, adjustments to the agenda. Superintendent Trinnell, members of the board, do we have any adjustment to our agenda tonight? To the public, this is an opportunity for the public to let us know if they'd like to speak on any F items or consent items only. I overread that, so I'm going to go back to item C7, okay? All right, special presentation for the Student of the Month and Certificated Classified Employee of the Month for Helen Layman Elementary School and Hidden Valley Elementary Schools. Do we have presenters?
Good evening. It is my great honor to present sixth grader Marasa Pea as Helen Layman Student of the Month. Marasa has been a member of Safe School Ambassadors and student leadership since she was in 4th grade. She's an exceptional student, a star basketball player, and a role model to her peers. I was surprised when one of my very first emails as a principal came from none other than Marasa Pea. She was emailing me with a polite request for a new basketball hoop at school so that she could get an early start to practicing with her teammates. I was immediately impressed by her initiative, her advocacy, her confidence, and her well-spokenness. Below is a sampling of what some of Marasa's teachers shared when asked to describe her. Marasa is the most responsible and kind student I have ever encountered. She's incredibly helpful to her classmates and adults on campus. She takes charge of her own learning and keeps her grades up. She cares deeply for others and shows that. Marassa is an amazing student and peer. She always offers to help others. She is kind and eagerly helps and participates in school-related activities. Marassa is a leader, and she always does her best to be a positive influence on her peers. She's an upstander, hard worker, star basketball player, and an influencer of others. Marassa has consistently gone above and beyond many of the life skills that we have celebrated throughout this year. She's a natural leader and encourages others to do their best and follow the school rules. Congratulations, Marassa, and thank you for being such a positive representative of the Helen Layman community.
Hello. What happened?
It is a great honor to present Ashley Gerhart as the Classified Employee of the Month. Ashley, affectionately known as Miss G, is our dedicated student engagement worker at Helen Layman. Miss G is unwavering in her commitment and advocacy of our students. She cares deeply for them, and they know it. Miss G is a student-centered problem solver with an incredible work ethic. She is reliable, responsible, and not afraid to try something new. I feel incredibly blessed to have Miss G as an integral part of our Helen Layman community. Our staff has the following to share about Miss G. Miss G has done an incredible job this year with running the girls and boys basketball teams and taking on Environmental Leaders Club. Both have proven very valuable to the school community and students' ability to form friendships and instill responsibility. Ms. G also runs student leadership, is a leader of our Safe School Ambassadors program, and runs our Walk and Roll to School program. She is constantly working to improve our school and develop relationships with our students. We have basketball at Helen Layman because Ms. G wanted the students to have both a team to join, but also a team to cheer for. She is someone the students go to when they need help or someone to talk to. She's always concerned about the safety of our students, both emotionally and physically. She runs sports tournaments at recess and helps teachers find ways to support their students. Our students love Ms. G. They know they are safe and have a place to belong with her. She opens up her room for games, activities, and clubs. She keeps high expectations of our students, providing relationship and support to ensure they can reach their full potential. Congratulations, Ms. G. Thank you for all your effort this year to ensure the students at Helen Layman Elementary School feel like they belong. And it is my next privilege to honor Mary Taylor Kleinman as the Helen Layman Teacher of the Month. I believe it has been Mary Taylor's singular mission to invest and build up the school climate at Helen Layman so that all members of our community feel supported. From celebrations to decorations, notes of encouragement, and baked goods in our boxes, Mary Taylor makes our school community a very special place. I am so thankful for her positive energy and supportive leadership. Our staff has the following to share about Mary Taylor. Mary Taylor has demonstrated incredible leadership for the many new staff members on our team. She has guided teachers in the sixth grade alley and helped them to succeed. She has helped with lesson planning, creating subplans, classroom management systems. She is leading our Sunshine Committee, organizing birthday celebrations, appreciations, baby showers, and frequently decorating the staff room. Students feel safe in her classroom and are learning how to be confident in themselves. She holds students to high standards while still having fun with them. Mary Taylor works with the Safe School Ambassador Program, student leadership, is one of our lead teachers, and has masterfully adapted to teaching a third and fourth grade combo class. Mary Taylor goes above and beyond for our students and staff members. She is always planning and piloting so she can be the best at her many jobs on campus. It's just so obvious that she wants Helen Layman to be the happiest and safest place on earth. Mary Taylor is inclusive in her practice. Her students love her, and her former students frequently go back to hang out in her classrooms. She always comes to work with a bright and positive attitude and is willing to give of her time to support others. Her undivided drive to put students first is inspiring. Congratulations, Mary Taylor. Thank you for all your effort this year to ensure that Helen Layman Elementary School truly can be one of the happiest places on earth.
Thank you. And once again, that was Principal Christina Sena. And then could we have Hidden Valley Elementary School, Mr. Brett Coscarelli?
Good evening, everyone. I'm Brad Coscarelli, the very, very proud principal at Hidden Valley Elementary. The staff of Hidden Valley Elementary School is pleased to present this award to an outstanding student, Callie Walker. Callie is one of those students whom a teacher turns to when a leader is needed. Her helpful attitude is appreciated by all around her. She loves learning and supports all her classmates in positive ways that encourages them to do their best. She works hard in all subject areas and is always engaged and ready to lend a hand to help a teacher or fellow student. Callie's first grade teacher recalls her coming to school with an enthusiastic attitude, excited to learn. She demonstrates strong leadership skills and determination to tackle new challenges. These exemplary qualities make it an easy decision when selecting her as the drum major to proudly represent Hidden Valley in this year's Rose Parade. Callie was also chosen to participate in Hidden Valley's student leadership program. When Callie is not focused on her schoolwork, she has plenty of other interests to fill her time. She is active in martial arts, and her sensei has chosen her to be the example for his leadership program. Callie also enjoys volunteering with her family in their church charity activities on weekends. During the summer, she volunteers at a child care facility helping to care for young children, which is one of her passions. As you can see, she is a busy girl. Callie has been a pleasure to teach and to watch grow and mature over the 7 years she's been with us at Hidden Valley. We know that her middle school will welcome and appreciate all the qualities that make her such a special person. Callie's positive spirit has made Hidden Valley a better place, and we are so very proud of her. Congratulations. It is our honor to have Mr. Josh Hall awarded the Santa Rosa City Schools Classified Employee of the Month for Hidden Valley Elementary School. Mr. Hall works at Hidden Valley as our head custodian. Mr. Hall is our Superman. He is always smiling and friendly. He keeps our school clean and safe. He is constantly getting called on the radio to help in a classroom. He never complains and always gets the job done quickly and efficiently. In addition to all of the daily responsibilities he has, Mr. Hall helps with restorative practices and community service at Hidden Valley, is a member of the leadership team and the Facilities Master Planning Committee. Mr. Hall is a respected and valued member of our school due to his hard work, professionalism, and true team spirit. He has amazing people skills, communication with parents, teachers, and students, and cares deeply about improving our school. He has proven himself to be a loyal, dedicated, and passionate employee. Mr. Hall is an asset to our school district and to Hidden Valley Elementary. Once again, it is my pleasure to present Mr. Hall as the Santa Rosa City Schools Classified Employee of the Month for Hidden Valley Elementary School. Congratulations. Ed, I'll take this. On behalf of Hidden Valley Elementary School and the Santa Rosa City Schools District, it is our pleasure to award Mrs. Kelly Wood as our Teacher of the Month. She has been a teacher for the past 14 years at Hidden Valley. Mrs. Wood is well respected by our staff, students, and parents. Mrs. Wood is an amazing teacher. She encompasses all of the qualities of a Teacher of the Month. She is warm and caring. She is a master of her craft, creating a classroom environment that both welcomes and challenges her students to reach their goals. Mrs. Wood is dedicated to supporting every student. She works hard to improve student morale in creating a positive, caring community atmosphere at our school and getting our sixth graders excited and ready for middle school. Last summer, when our outdoor education science camp canceled all of their trips, Mrs. Wood went into action and found a better option. She fundraised throughout the year with our students to pay for a 4-day, 3-night adventure, which the parents and students have called, quote, life-changing. She takes her students on other field trips through IUB and coordinates our moving on ceremony. Mrs. Wood works with our students in need of extra support, providing one-on-one time to build success and confidence. It is our honor and privilege to award Mrs. Wood as our Hidden Valley Elementary Santa Rosa City Schools Teacher of the Month. Congratulations.
Thank you and congratulations to all the recipients. Next, we have our school site parent organization updates from Helen Layman Elementary School and Hidden Valley Elementary. For Helen Layman Elementary, we have Jennifer Amaro from the ELAC president or our elect president, alongside with Jenna Glenn, our PFO president.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Jennifer Amaro García. Soy presidenta de ILAC de la escuela Helen Layman. Primero que nada, les quiero comentar de las cosas que hemos estado haciendo para saber de las necesidades de nuestra escuela. ¿Sí? Ok. Hicimos una encuesta sobre los temas que les interesaría saber a los papás. Y entre ellos estuvieron sobre la tecnología y la crianza positiva. ¿Sí? Ok. Conseguimos algunos expertos que nos hablaran sobre esos temas. También hablamos sobre el examen de LPAC, el cual nos sorprendió porque asistieron muchos papás, que nos dimos cuenta que les interesaba el examen, más saber sobre el qué se trataba, porque muchos papás no sabemos qué es el LPAC. Y a mí en lo personal me interesaba mucho, entonces di la opinión de que habláramos sobre ese tema y pues resultó que sí, que varios papás asistieron bueno, no varios, asistieron como 40 papás a la junta, cual fue un récord para nosotros. Y pues yo como presidenta de ILAC me sentí muy contenta de la cantidad de papás que asistieron.
Good afternoon. My name is Jennifer. I am the president for ELAC at the school, Helen. Oh, sorry. Is it on? Oh. Okay, good afternoon. My name is Jennifer. I am the president for ELAC of the Helen Layman School. Just wanted to comment to you about the things that we've been doing at the school. To find out about what necessities or what needs are in the school or what the school. First, what we did is we did a survey with the parents just to see what kind of themes or what kind of things they wanted to talk about. And we actually got some experts that came and talked about several themes, but at the end they wanted to talk about, they were very interested in about the process of the test or the exam that they do for the English learners, which is LPAC. Which was, we were all very surprised about the quantity of parents that came, that actually came to the meeting. There was probably around 40 of them, which was great. And we actually found out that they were just as interested in this and they wanted to know more about it, about just the way the exam happens and what goes into taking that exam. Just like I was too, I was very interested in that. So that was very nice to see that many parents that attended that were very interested in the exam and just the details about what to do about the exam. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jenna Glenn, and I am the Helen Layman's Parent Faculty Organization, also known as PFO, president. I have two sons that attend Helen Layman. Liam is in 5th grade and Logan, who is in 3rd grade. I've been a part of the school since 2017 when Liam started TK. This is my first year being a part of the PFO. It has been great being able to volunteer and head this organization. When I was nominated and voted in as president, there was a complete change in officers, so all the parents that are currently in office are new to the PFO as well, with a 1-year term for each school year. We have 4 parents who have volunteered as officers: Nellie, Irani, Mariana, and myself. We are so grateful that we have the help and support from the former PFO treasurer to help guide us. Since we are all new to this organization, we have learned a lot and are putting our heads together with ideas of how to help the parents and faculty. This year, we have held a movie night, our annual posada, and we have done a fundraiser of C's Candy. For our annual posada, we were able to bring in folklorico dancers and have a food truck, in addition to parents volunteering their time to make other foods for us. We are incredibly grateful to have local stores and restaurants donate money, food, and gift cards to make this wonderful event the success it was. We have 2 to 3 more fundraisers for the remainder of the school year, and we're really looking forward to raising more funds for our Layman family. The support that our principal, Mrs. Senna, our family engagement facilitator, Daniela, the teachers, and the staff that have provided for the PFO is appreciated more than they know. As I am learning, getting parents involved to help and/or attend events is a bit of a struggle that has become one of my goals for the next year. I feel getting the word out about what PFO is, how we help, and the help that is needed is imperative, as I went 6 years with a student at the school without knowing about the PFO. We intend on hopefully bringing some clubs to the school for next year for our students to be able to attend. We will also be supporting each of the teachers with items that they may need for their classrooms. We would also like to have feedback from the parents and the students about what they would like their hard-earned fundraising money to go to. In conclusion, becoming the Helen Layman PFO president has been challenging yet rewarding, as I get to be a part of my children's school's extracurricular activities, helping their friends and peers, and meeting wonderful parents along the way. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to come and speak to the Santa Rosa School District Board and all the attendees of tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Could we have Hidden Valley Elementary School, Mr. Alex Suarez, our ELAC president, and Nadia Alwai, our PFO president. Is Mr. Suarez online?
Well, I guess I'll start then. My name's Nadia Al-Rawi. The way you know. My name's Nadia Al-Rawi. I'm the PFO president of Hidden Valley Elementary. For those that know me, which I think aren't that many here, I am from Germany. I grew up in Germany. I went to school in Germany, and I had no experience with PFO, PTA, any of that, because I don't think we have that in Germany. As a matter of fact, when I moved to the States 10 years ago, and I hope I don't offend anyone by saying this, my first exposure to the PFO was from the movies with the yoga pant moms and the perfect hairs. Now and there, you get the chaotic mom who's trying to navigate her work balance and being involved with her child's school. And may I say, I'm probably that parent. But I wanted to be part of the PFO because it was important for me. It's my way to be involved in my child's school. I have a second grader, and what makes Hidden Valley is our parent involvement and our community. And with our Hidden Valley community, I want to say the staff and the faculty are a huge part of it. So sincere thank you for that. I'm always surprised to see with our large school that the majority of the staff know my daughter's name. I don't know how, but they all do. So our job as the PFO is not just to raise money, but it's also to create community, because I do think it makes our school a better place. And we try to implement our events so that, of course, we want to raise the money, but we also want parents to get to know each other. We have a beginning of the school year pasta queue, which is less of a fundraiser, but more of the parents to come and they get to know each other. They get to know their kids' friends. They get to know their teachers. We always have a great turnout. We've been very successfully the last few years having a hawkathon. This year has been no different. It's a walkathon, but the hawkathon. It's been very successful. We have our upcoming dinner auction, and on that note, I do want to thank all our local businesses because they have donated their services and their products as auction items. It's also one of our biggest fundraiser events, and it's also very fun. It's fun for the parents to hang out for a change without our kids. We also have a art docent that comes in and provides art lessons to our kids. For the first time, we mentioned it briefly, we were able to purchase 10 drums for our school band so they can participate in the Rose Parade. So I'm excited to see that. We have an amazing food pantry program with an amazing person, Missy. I don't know if she's here, but I want to give her kudos because she really puts her heart and soul into this program. And we do have over 30 families that are in dire need for that program. You know, we have our challenges. We also mentioned it, Ms. Wood, our outdoor ed program has seen a significant increase in price, and we'll see another increase next year. So we're working through that, trying to find other creative ways to increase those funds. One of our parents is starting a healthy eating program, which I want to say is a big challenge in our school. I know this is nothing new. It's something I heard when I came to the States before I had kids. We wish our nutrition would be better at our school. She has been in touch with some of the district members and she's gotten a lot of support. So thank you to the district for that. We appreciate it. And we really hope for your continuous support. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nadia. Gracias. Dankeschön. Next, we have reports. We'll have our California School Employee Association, CSEA, Santa Rosa 75 report. CSEA President, Mary Layman.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
If you can wait for a second. For those of you who are here tonight, if you were here just to celebrate your kids, being nominated, this is the time, like, if you want to exit for, we'll give you like 30 seconds. Okay, thank you, President Layman. Or what he said. All right, President, we're almost there. Thank you for your patience. Some kids are doing homework, actually. I see some civics, assignments in there.
Yes, they need.
Love
to
that.
go home for-
All right, thank you, President Layman. Go ahead.
Good evening. President Medina isn't here, right? Governing Board, Superintendent Trinnell, Cabinet members, teachers, staff, the community, and everyone listening tonight. Congratulations to our students, teachers, and classified employees of the month from Helen Layman and Hidden Valley Elementary Schools. From Helen Layman, we want to congratulate our classified employee of the month, Ashley Gerhardt, and a special congratulations to Josh Hall from Hidden Valley Elementary School. Congratulations to 6 new hired classified, 2 promotions, and 2 transfers. And goodbye to 1 resignation. We represent over 600 classified employees working for Santa Rosa City Schools. The mission of our union is to improve the lives of our members, students, and the community. We keep the schools running so that teachers can teach. We are on the front lines with the students every day. We stand ready to do our part to improve safety at our schools. Tonight, the board is asked to consider action item F4, resolution number 2023-24, reduction in classified workforce. We are saddened by the need to reduce the positions brought forward at the board meetings due to the budget constraints. We will be working on an MOU to deal with the impacts and effects of the layoffs. After working with the district regarding our seniority lists, we were able to update them so that the appropriate employees were notified. Moving forward, we will work with the district, as does SRTA, to only include job descriptions and FTE needed to reduce positions due to the fact that position control numbers do not always agree with our seniority list. Then we can ensure that the appropriate amount of time is provided for notification purposes. We encourage the board to accept our sunshine proposal later in the evening in the action items. Then our negotiation process with the district can begin. Thank you. With courage and compassion.
Thank you, President Layman. Next is D2, the Santa Rosa Teachers Association, SRTA report. We have SRTA President Catherine Howell.
Good evening, Vice President Flores, Superintendent Chanel, members of the board, members of the community in the room and on the Zoom. I'm Catherine Howell, the president of Santa Rosa Teachers Association. I represent about 900 teachers, educators in Santa Rosa City Schools. We're here tonight on the edge, right on the edge of everything changing. Last meeting's resolution, tonight's additional resolutions for classified and certificated reductions in force and layoffs. They all add up to dozens of positions being cut. I know we've read the lists, we've seen the lists, we look at the positions, and inevitably have to make connections in our brains to the people that are actually in those jobs, who've provided invaluable services to our students, the never-ending supports to our teachers. We see the job titles, but they don't really tell us the thousands of ways each of these people has helped students, made connections, provided the spark a student needs to learn and grow. Every single one of these positions that are on the list are important, they're valued, and they're honored. Every single person who holds these positions gives the students and the staff of Santa Rosa City Schools everything they've got, and then they give a little bit more. It's hard to look at these lists and not see the faces behind the job titles and acknowledge how we've gotten to this point where these cuts are inevitable and necessary. I'm sure we're going to hear from some of these dedicated educators in just a few minutes during public comments and on the agenda items. And we're also going to hear tonight about the fiscal cliff, the perfect storm of revenue decreasing and the end of the ADA hold harmless and declining enrollment, and the fact that we're overstaffed. We're going to hear all those things. The reality is that the cuts that are being made are cutting off support to students in everything from literacy to VAPA to ethnic studies, library services, special education, program managers, administrators, childcare, classroom teachers, and according to tonight's budget report, we've got $29 million in cuts more to go. To say that the teachers are shocked and worried and are being left reeling from the actions of the past few weeks is an understatement. We haven't dealt with major layoffs like this in about 10 years. I don't remember us facing such dire fiscal realities since 2008, 2009. And so everything will change. Dozens of people will be gone and hundreds of us will remain. We're going to continue to work tirelessly for our students' safety and their well-being. We're going to help them learn and grow. We're going to laugh with them and cry with them and do everything we can to make successful, happy, life-ready learners. But we need this board to understand where we are now and where we will be without these supports. We're already at max capacity. We work long hours. We work through the exhaustion that has been building over the past 4 or 5 years. How do we make sure that the teachers aren't obliterated by the diminishing supports? What are the expectations that will change with these manpower decisions? Please make sure that there's a plan that narrows our focus to the most important priorities for student success. We are and we will remain student-centered. We'll try to keep up with the work that will be shifted onto already full plates. We'll do what we can with less, but we need your help to keep the district focused on top priorities. Our students deserve the best. Thank you.
Thank you, President Howell. D3, we have our superintendent's report. Superintendent Trinnell.
Thank you, Vice President Flores, members of the board, those who are with us in person and online. Today marks day 129 for our elementary schools and 128 for our secondary schools. Only 51 more days of opportunity to positively support our students this school year. I had the pleasure of attending Biella Elementary School yesterday to see their Lego robotics showcase. It was so wonderful to see our students engaged in learning coding, and kudos to Principal Jablonski and the team for doing this work with the students. Also, I want to give a shout out. I was invited to be a volunteer of the Bite of Reality event at Maria Carrillo High School yesterday, where all of the 12th graders were given the opportunity to run through a simulation of what it is like to budget for the needs of themselves and a family, housing, transportation, food, and other necessities, which was facilitated by the Redwood Credit Union. It was really fun to interact with our students who were learning about credit scores, budgeting, and the balance of life priorities. And last, I will share that we want to remind everyone that spring break starts next week. There is no school from March 18th through March 22nd. School resumes on Monday, March 25th. These last few months are critical for students to be in school. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Trinnell. D4, we have, Board President's report. Since we do not have a Board President, I am, standing here in lieu of President Medina. I just briefly want to mention that I had the privilege of attending the CTE Advisory Committee meeting yesterday. It was refreshing to see, and I saw you there, Heidi. Heidi and I are old buddies, from Healdsburg. And it was very refreshing to see that we have a plan to make sure that our students see a relevance in the work that they're doing in the classroom as it transfers to the actual workforce. So that was my first meeting, and I'm looking forward to more meetings for the rest of the year. So that ends my report, because hopefully we're going to end early today. We'll see. D5, we have board member reports. Any board members wishing to make a report? We have Trustee De La Torre.
Just want to welcome everybody tonight and take this opportunity to thank the Montgomery High community and staff for providing space and time for resiliency and love on March 1st. I spent most of the day on campus and got to work with some amazing parent volunteers, worked on some art projects with some students, and got to enjoy the wonderful world of Principal Santos as she commemorated a tree in honor of the resiliency of that campus. Also spent some time with restorative justice counselors and just getting a better scope on how that campus is doing now after everything that it has been through. These are community situations, community issues, and it takes the village to be a part of that. And it's my honor and privilege to be a part of that village and be present and keep my feet on the ground and my ears and eyes open to assist how possible. So thank you, Montgomery.
Thank you, Trustee De La Torre. Trustee Ed Sheffield.
Thank you. Let's see, on February 29th, I attended the monthly A through G success meeting, which was held at Pioneer in the Spark Center, which is just a gem of a facility, really amazing. This entire session was unique because it was a panel presentation from some really amazing and impressive students from Montgomery and Carrillo and Santa Rosa High. And we also had students from SRJC and SSU. They shared with us their high school experiences and campus life and the challenges that they all faced and overcame, and left us with a really positive message of hanging in there. March 1st, along with Trustee De La Torre, I had the opportunity to spend a little bit of time in the morning on the campus at Montgomery, connecting with students and handing out buckets load of candy, these kids on their break. And it was really just a really amazing opportunity to see, love and healing and messages with the art that many of the students shared during their break. On March 7th, President Medina, Superintendent Trunell, and I met with the Executive Director of Generation Housing to discuss developer fee rates, which is related to an item that we pulled from the February 28th meeting. And this was just a discussion of, potential greater impacts that developer fees could have on the community. Really insightful. March 9th, just last weekend, I attended Proctor Terrace Elementary's dinner, dance, and auction event, or as the parents call it, it's parent prom. As we know that schools rely on these types of fundraising efforts to support, enrichment programs and address some of the campus needs, much needed needs. This was just a great event. It's always a great event every year, and I want to thank all of those organized parents who helped put this together. The folks in the community came out with lots of donations for just another great year, another great event. And lastly, as Superintendent Trunell pointed out, spring break coming up, much needed rest time for staff and students too. And just, while we're out, a reminder to parents to keep those minds sharp, especially the little minds. Keep them reading daily. And I will just stop there.
Thank you, Trustee Sheffield. Any other board members? I just want to add that, budget cuts are never easy to do. And it's been a really difficult and hard decision for us to prioritize where we are right now. I just want to say thank you for your understanding. We try to do our best to make sure that the cuts are happening away from our students. And I just want you to know that it has not been an easy decision for any of us. I, as a high school counselor, can tell you that it's heartbreaking to see the positions that are being given to us for us to decide. So I just want to say that I hear you, I feel your pain, and I wish we were in a different circumstance at this point in terms of our budget. But I just couldn't go ahead and finish our board reports without actually acknowledging how difficult of a decision it has been for all of us to be at this point. With that, D6, safety report. Superintendent Trunell.
Thank you, Vice President Flores, members of the board, those who are with us in person and online. I just have a very brief update. So we've finalized the creation of a student safety advisor position in collaboration with CSEA, and very appreciative of that work. This position considers the responsibilities of campus supervisors and student advisors, which are located at our middle schools and our high schools. The pay for this position we are looking at to be at an increased level, giving the opportunity to attract and retain our staff. More details about this position will be shared at the next board meeting, where we can have an open public discussion about it via the job description for the board's consideration. We are excited about the potential for this position and the alignment it has with our Safety Advisory Roundtable strategic plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Trunell. D7, migrant education report. Apparently, we received notice that we will not have a migrant education report for tonight. So that brings us to D8, CSBA report. Do we have a CSBA report? No report. Moving on to E. Open it up for public comment on non-agenda items. This is an opportunity for members of the public to speak to the board on non-agenda items only. Speakers are limited to 2 minutes each. First, we have Lauren Brockle, followed by Jennifer Toscano and Emily Turk.
Sorry, I didn't think I had to go first. All right. Hello, my name is Lauren Bracco, and I have been a teacher in this district and at Helen Layman for 11 years. 11 years is an important number because that is how many years our district has had TOSAs. I know this because I took over the class that Rosie Muldoon had so she could become the district's first TOSA. At Helen Layman, staff and students have had amazing TOSAs that go above and beyond what is needed for an elementary school to function. I would put TOSA as one of the 4 essential staff members of a school alongside principal, office manager, and janitor. This job is so important that once other schools saw the progress our students were making because of our TOSA, they wanted to have a TOSA at their schools also. Teachers fought hard to make sure that all elementary schools had access to a TOSA. Our current TOSA works with students 4 days a week for our walk to read programs, ELD math support, newcomer English group, just to name a few. But she also tremendously helps certificated and classified staff with much needed training, support, and coaching when needed. It was very disheartening last board meeting to see the district propose cuts that were brought to the board. This district has invested so much money, time, and training for the TOSAs that we have. On our elementary sites, they are often the most knowledgeable and equipped teachers on campus that can support staff and students. With the elimination of these positions, elementary schools next year will be negatively impacted because of the district and board's action to cut these positions. Please reconsider. Our students deserve better.
We have Jennifer Toscano, followed by Emily Turk, then Nicole Albini.
My name is Jennifer Toscano. I'm an instructional assistant at Helen Layman Elementary School. I am here talking about TOSAs and why they're important at our schools. TOSAs teach walk to read, they teach ELD, they help classify, they help students. If you cut those positions, our students are going to be greatly affected. All the progress, all the effort, all the time that was spent on these kids is going to be thrown away in the garbage. You guys say you guys stand for every student, you want to close the gap, but you're taking away the resources that help close that gap. So I'm challenging you to go to a school and teach walk to read, teach ELD. Don't just go and visit the events, do something and see the effort and the things that they do. Because it's very easy to be in a chair and say, cut these positions, because you're sitting in a chair and not in the classrooms. You're not watching these kids grow from not being able to read to reading, seeing how much they feel that they can finally do something. We need TOSAs, not only for the students, but for the staff. If it wasn't for TOSAs, I wouldn't even know what I'd be doing, right? They're the ones that help us, they're the ones that show us what we can do. So all the progress that was made this year at our school, all the effort, all the time, you're throwing it all the way. It's going down the fucking sewer because it's not, you don't think it's important because you're not in those seats. So next time you tell someone, you look them in the face and say, I care about Santa Rosa City School students, think about what you just did and watch as your nose grows because of the lies you are telling.
So before I move on, I just want to remind folks that we have students and kids watching from home. So if you mind your language, but I do appreciate your candor. We have Emily Turk, followed by Nicole Albini, and then Catherine Smith.
My name is Emily Turk, and as a TOSA, I am deeply concerned about the recent decisions regarding cutting of TOSA positions within our schools. Not for myself, but what it means to our students. It is imperative that we fully understand the impact that such actions have, especially on the students whom we have pledged to support and nurture. I taught kindergarten for a decade and watched how much our English learner students struggled coming into school. The role of the TOSA is vital for catching up these students to their grade level peers. The decision to cut the TOSA positions without a comprehensive understanding of their role is not only short-sighted, but also profoundly detrimental to the well-being and the academic success of our students. Allow me to shed some light on the critical role that TOSAs play, particularly within elementary schools where they engage with students on a daily basis. I work daily with a diverse group of students, most of whom are English learners, navigating the complexities of language acquisition while simultaneously grappling with reading difficulties. These students rely on the targeted support provided by the TOSAs to bridge the gaps in their learning and lead them towards academic success. We are all aware that the rate of students heading to incarceration is too high. 75% of people incarcerated are functionally illiterate. Would learning to read have helped these individuals? Possibly. I would like to believe that it would. I would like to believe that we are doing all we can to prevent this. I believe that teaching reading is and should be part of our safety plan. When students can read, they are more engaged. When students are more engaged, they are less likely to have behavioral problems. But by cutting the positions that are targeting our most vulnerable students and helping raise their reading levels, are we really doing our best to prevent this? We are not. 75% of our students can't pass the third grade state tests. And if we continue to do the same thing and expect a different outcome, that's the definition of insanity. We need to do better.
Thank you, Nicole. Next we have Catherine Smith, followed by Ashley Haskins, then by Rosie Moldon.
My name is Nicole Albini, and I'm a site TOSA.
Oh.
At the last board meeting, the question was asked about the role of the TOSAs. The answer provided was very vague, so I'm here to clarify and tell you the two most important jobs of the site TOSAs: working with students and supporting teachers. The TOSAs spend half their day working directly with elementary students, providing extra support in language and literacy instruction so students can become proficient readers. Site TOSAs support teachers with district curriculum, district assessments, state testing, etc. The list is endless. The district TOSAs work directly with the elementary sites, providing teachers professional development pertaining to district curriculum, district assessments, ethnic studies, and literacy. Without the TOSAs, the support stops. My question to you is, who will do all this work? Currently, the site TOSAs work with 454 elementary students daily, and of the 454 students, 78% of them are English language learners. In August, of the 370 first graders, 65%, or 241 first graders, did not know their letter names or their sounds. As of February, the percentage has dropped to 11.8%, or 44 first graders. As a result, in just 6 months, 197 first graders learned those skills. In August, 13% of second graders did not know their letter names or sounds. That number currently stands at 4%. This is a direct reflection of the collaboration between the classroom teacher and the TOSAs, providing extra support to our struggling readers. The focus should be on the students, and they are the ones that are being directly impacted. Reinstate the TOSAs to support quality instruction for all our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole. And my apologies for skipping you on my list over here. Next, we have Catherine Smith, followed by Ashley Haskins and Rosie Moldon.
My name is Catherine Smith. At your meeting on February 28th, Superintendent Trinnell presented a safety report. Goal 3B stated, early identification of academically struggling students, focusing on elementary, and providing interventions K-3 to foster academic success. That line item was marked as in progress. But with the elimination of TOSAs, you caused our district to regress. That line item will no longer be in progress. It will be non-existent, thus destroying a system that helps keep our students safe. Because elementary TOSAs are the personnel who are doing the exact work of identifying our struggling students and providing the interventions in the K-3 classrooms. TOSAs know every student on campus at the academic level. They know that because they are a part of the school community on the campuses. They know how to move all students forward academically. the English learners, the students with exceptional needs, the unhoused, and foster youth, because they provide the Tier 2 interventions. For the past 2 years, the district has invested in the TOSA group with an in-depth science of reading course. This training is put into practice daily as TOSAs work with students to maximize literacy skills. This specialized work is so important because when students are literate, they can access core instruction and they are engaged in school. When students are engaged and can do the work in front of them, they feel successful, involved, and safe. Opportunities open up for them and they graduate. With the elimination of TOSAs, too many of our students will move on without the skills they need to be literate, engaged, and safe in their later school years. Please continue to value priority 5 of our strategic plan and reinstate the TOSAs at elementary sites in order to support quality instruction for all of our students.
Thank you, Catherine. Next is Ashley Haskins, followed by Rosie Muldoon, and then Jill Jackson.
All right. In an effort to meet the needs of struggling students, Santa Rosa City Schools uses a multi-tiered system of support called MTSS. All students are in Tier 1. Oftentimes, there are students that have academic struggles in the classroom, and teachers address these by using a framework called the response to intervention. This, or RTI. This is a process classroom teachers use to differentiate instruction and use strategies they've been trained in to address learning concerns before referring students to Tier 3, special education. The elementary site TOSA is that stopgap in that process pipeline. The site TOSA is Tier 2. When a teacher or parent has a concern about their child's learning and suspects a learning disability, we do not immediately jump to special education. That would be irresponsible and premature. The elementary site TOSA works with the teacher to review the assessment data, and then we work with the students in a Tier 2 learning group, where we provide the student with specific, strategic, and consistent intervention daily. The site TOSA, working with students in Tier 2, prevents the students from being put in a direct pipeline and labeled special ed. Currently, 78% of our Tier 2 students are EL. And without TOSA provided Tier 2 intervention support, those students will be labeled as special ed, when in fact, they simply need Tier 2 instruction to be successful and ultimately just return to their Tier 1 classroom. The elementary site TOSA provides Tier 2 intervention, is a vital part
Thank you,
of this
Ashley.
MTSS model.
Your time is up.
Reinstate the TOSAs.
Thank you, Ashley. Next, we have Rosie, followed by Jackie Jackson. Then we have Ken Hirschberg.
My name is Rosie Muldoon. 60% of California's third graders can't read. Headline news last week, but we know this. But did you all know, according to CAS, 72% of Santa Rosa City School third graders can't read? This is a tragedy. At last week's board meeting, it was disheartening to see you, Director De La Cruz, admit you didn't know what a TOSA did, was given a generic job description, and then you proceeded to give the board an ultimatum that you would not sign the resolution unless jobs with EL attached to it were spared. And all other board members blindly agreed without even asking this question. Do these positions work directly with students? The positions you saved do not and have not. Elementary TOSAs work directly with our most marginalized students, English learners, students of color, low socioeconomic students, foster youth, homeless students, and students with disabilities. Without us, these students who are already disadvantaged lose this support. Yet we know that 95% of all students can learn to read with instruction grounded in the science of reading. Let me address all stakeholders. Board, there are a lot of things we can compromise on. Literacy is not one of them. District, you are losing your biggest advocates for educational initiatives, the ones who carry the work into the schools and support the teachers and students. Teachers, next year we will have more combo classes, larger class sizes without any academic interventions. No support for our most needy. Students who can't read will fall through the cracks, so be ready, middle and high school teachers, for functionally illiterate students. Parents, if your child is struggling to read, start asking tough questions like, do you follow the science of reading? Start advocating for more support from your district and our state. But most important, be the positive support your child needs. Community, it takes a village. Please help. Students, I'm so sorry. There can be no equity, no social justice without literacy. Literacy is freedom. Literacy is safety. Literacy is our greatest civil right.
Thank you, Rosie. My apologies for mispronouncing your last name, Muldoon. Next, we have Jill Jackson, followed by Ken Hirschberg, and Samantha Kim.
My name is Jill Jackson, and I'm a third grade teacher at Hidden Valley Elementary. I came to speak about the TOSA program, which at my school has been needed for a very long time and has only been implemented within the last 2 years, and may I mention, with excellent results. As I was gathering my thoughts about what I wanted to say tonight, though, my thoughts inevitably came to money. And I really don't understand, in an age where LCAP was supposed to replace categorical funding as it had been in place for many years and allow school districts much more flexibility, why this particular program is not a priority, since it is absolutely serving the targeted students it was meant to assist. I remember I've taught in this district for my entire career. Our board meetings used to be started with the business manager giving us a detailed report of sources of income to our district and expenditures of various programs that we were implementing. We know we have greater flexibility, but we have no transparency. I do not understand, nor do I think, do many other people here tonight, why this is not a program that is not prioritized. I could only be persuaded that getting rid of TOSAs was a good idea if someone could point to how the program has failed, and these ladies have all proven that that is not the case. I have seen the success enabled by TOSA, provided reading intervention. Small group targeted instruction has benefited my students, many of whom are those particularly served by LCAP. It is worth the money to maintain it. I urge you to find it.
Thank you, Jill. Next, we have Ken Hirschberg, followed by Samantha Kim. Then we have Mary Anna Maloney.
Good evening. My name is Ken Hirschberg, second grade teacher at Luther Burbank Elementary. I am here today to persuade you to rethink your decision to eliminate the site TOSA position. When I heard about this decision, my heart sank. I was filled with frustration and disappointment at the uninformed decision. I cannot speak for all TOSAs, but I can speak on behalf of our TOSA, Mrs. Maloney. She meets with my students 4 days a week for 45 minutes, providing targeted phonics instruction and helping them build vital reading skills that will shape their learning for the rest of their lives. My students are getting exactly what they need during this small group instruction. In my second grade classroom of 27 students, 100% are reading below grade level. 22% are reading at the kindergarten level. They are learning their letter names and sounds. 22% are reading at the beginning first grade level. They are learning to blend CVC words. 55% are reading at the end of first grade, beginning of second grade level. I'm not sure how familiar you are with teaching reading, but there is a huge difference between all of these levels. Students who work with Mrs. Maloney have shown an immense amount of growth. Recently, I was told that our district would be implementing a Walk to Read program, which is great. But my question and my confusion comes from how it is possible to walk to read with no sight TOSA. Where will my students walk to? Who will be reading with them? I am but one person trying to meet the immense needs of my 27 students. Eliminating our sight TOSA is like cutting my hand off while asking me to juggle more and more with less and less. My students will suffer because of this decision.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you, Jen. Next, we have Samantha Kim, followed by Mary Anna Maloney, and then Kimi Og.
Hello and good evening to all that are listening. My name is Samantha Kim, and this is my 7th year in this district. This year, I switched to 4th grade after 6 years in 6th grade, so I spent my whole summer preparing for the school year. I quickly realized that I would not be able to teach in the ways I had originally intended due to the very high needs of the majority of my class. At the beginning of this school year, we had less than 5 students reading at 4th grade level. We now have over 20 and counting. All of my newcomer students are now reading as well. I do not share these facts to gloat about myself, but to highlight the indispensable Mrs. Albini has had for our school students and staff, as well as the incredible work that all the other elementary school TOSAs continue to do. I am floored and confused that so much time, effort, and money has been spent to align our TOSAs in literacy and mathematics for all their positions to be cut. My site TOSA helps assess students, works with all grade levels of our most at-risk students, and provides curriculum support like demo lessons and feedback. My site TOSA has even offered me emotional support when I felt like this job was too hard and I almost quit this fall. If you take away elementary TOSAs, I don't know what result you're expecting except for less support for students and less learning. To say, or rather post from behind a screen that, and I quote, "As we navigate these tough decisions, our priority will be to protect classroom instruction and service to our students," means nothing when all cuts were made to positions that work directly with students. If you want to honor humanity, like you stated on Parent Square, honor the humans that work with students every day. Honor the educators that try to ensure our students have an excellent education so their lives can be better once they're done with Santa Rosa City Schools. After all, isn't your #1 school board priority life-ready learners? I strongly encourage you to rescind the elimination of elementary TOSAs. Thank you.
Thank you, Samantha. Next, we have Mary Anna Maloney, followed by Kimi Og, followed by Ross House.
Good evening. At the last board meeting, we heard about the great importance of supporting English learners. Elementary TOSAs do that. Elementary TOSAs teach the most struggling readers who need more time and more attention. Consequently, we teach mostly our English learners who don't have help at home, who don't have books at home, who need more help than their classroom teacher can provide. So I'd like you to take a look at that green folder that's been sitting on your desk, because I want to show you some numbers. Inside that folder is information about the population of our different schools. The blue band are the English learners. Take a look at the percentage of English learners at Lincoln, or at Steel Lane, or at Monroe. There's English learners at all schools, but you can see that needs can be considered perhaps a little greater at some place, though our TOSAs do wonderful, wonderful work in other ways. But their EL populations need to be acknowledged at these schools, and those teachers need help. My ask is that you consider some creative solutions, some kind of compromise, not just a clumsy cut. And at the very least, since we're trying to find some solutions, if there are more retirements or more money appears magically, please consider bringing the TOSAs back first before anybody else. Your English learners need them, your teachers need them. These cuts will hurt the success of your English learners. Thank you.
Thank you, Mariana. Then next we have Kimmy Ogg, followed by Ross House, followed by Sarah Jenkins.
My name is Kimmy Ogg, and I am a teacher at Steel Lane Elementary. I want to express my deep concern and urge your reconsideration of the decision to eliminate elementary TOSAs within our school district. This decision will greatly impact our most vulnerable students and hinder their access to a basic human right, the ability to learn how to read. Literacy is safety. It seems as though the elementary TOSA position is greatly misunderstood. In my experience of working closely with the TOSA at our site, I can tell you how crucial her role has been to the growth in both the literacy skills of our students, as well as the instructional knowledge of our teachers. Our TOSA works directly with students daily in our Walk to Read program, where students receive targeted literacy instruction. Students on our campus are learning to read due to the collaboration that takes place between classroom teachers and our TOSA. Without TOSAs, classroom teachers have no other support in ensuring their students are getting what they need, and no one else to recognize that a student is struggling. More students will fall through the cracks. Investing in literacy education is a part of our LCAP goals. It is an investment in the safety and security of our communities. Rather than cutting resources that directly address the root causes of academic and social emotional struggles, we should explore alternative solutions that prioritize the well-being, success, and safety of our students. I understand that budget constraints and resource allocation are challenging aspects of managing a school district. However, maintaining a strong emphasis on literacy education is not just a moral imperative, but a strategic move to ultimately keep our students safe. Literacy is social justice, and literacy is safety. Thank you.
Thank you, Kimmy. Next, we have Ross House, followed by Sarah Jenkins. Then we have Leah Killeen.
Hello, my name is Ross Hawes, 5th, 6th grade teacher at Luther Burbank Elementary. Last week's decision to save EL TOSAs versus a handful of our Title I elementary site TOSAs, I feel I was misguided and misunderstood. I commend your commitment to not leaving our most vulnerable students underserved and without supports, especially our newcomer students. However, it's the site TOSAs in elementaries who are the ones that are actually working with our EL students, along with students with a variety of obstacles, which were already mentioned earlier by someone else, and insecurities that affect their literacy. Site TOSAs don't only work with EL students, but with all of our struggling students who have disrupted pathways to literacy. They immensely support our kids and our teachers by facilitating small group instruction, walk to read assessments, and numerous interventions at a variety of times during the day. This board has invested thousands of dollars in this group, essentially giving them graduate degrees in new reading pedagogy, cutting-edge pedagogy, to share with their sites and to help close the gaps in literacy. Our TOSA's contributions have been instrumental in Burbank's success. Our TOSA goes above and beyond. She heads our science fair, our math night, works our school fundraisers, tutors during recess, after school, works the parking lot, works recess duty. Kids see her, kids know her. Look at our data, look at our demographics, and look at what we're accomplishing at our site. Thank you, TOSAs. As you know, learning happens when there's connection, community, consistency, and the delivery of meaningful content. Our site TOSAs are the ones helping to do this with their staffs. Last week, you saved predominantly a compliance and data collecting support position, a position that was new this year to our site that operates at a much greater distance from our kids. You said your cuts would be further away from the students. Poverty and not being able to read are much bigger drivers of the school to prison pipeline, that's been a popular phrase this past couple of months, than any other factor. Fact. Our site TOSAs help to reduce this. We need to make smart cuts.
Your time is up. Thanks, Ross.
Thank you, Ross. Next, we have Sarah Jenkins, followed by Leah Killeen, followed by Emma Dunsmore.
I'm going totally off script tonight. Initially, I wanted to come in and say cheerleaders need PE credits, but that's not tonight. And then I was going to continue about the need for SROs on high school campuses. However, The TOSAs? Oh my gosh, you guys, this is like going backwards. We're going to need SROs at all the schools if we can't have kids who can read and like that seems so basic because the trickle down effect to the high schools and the middle schools will be giant. And the community at large, giant. And then we're going to be more reliant on the police department, which not everyone, which is such a divided topic in our community, which causes more divide. It sounds like the TOSAs are kind of a no-brainer. Honestly, when people started talking about them, I looked to my neighbor and I said, what is a TOSA? My kids aren't in elementary school anymore. I'm not in the elementary schools anymore. I used to be every single day at a different school site. And this is so sad. Like it's going to have such a bigger impact than people could possibly fathom. And it's in your hands to make the decision. So if there's any way to rearrange some funds to make sure this doesn't crush our community even further, please do that. Like this is an objective person coming into this thing with, I have a mental health background with all of our community, but seems like a no-brainer. So please support these schools and the teachers and the people who are providing this instruction. It is imperative. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you, Sarah. And I'm sorry if I'm butchering your name. Leah Khalil, Emma Dunshmore, and we have Jason Farmhan.
On an elementary school campus, there are a lucky few who get to know every single student. Our classified staff obviously are the backbone of our schools. Our counselors and restorative specialists provide necessary SEL to all students. Our music and PE teachers get to work with every class. But our elementary school TOSAs are uniquely positioned to know every single student through an academic lens. Not only do TOSAs know students by name and face, but TOSAs have access to site-wide data and review it often. TOSAs have the opportunity to say to a student, I see how hard you're working, and I can tell you're doing your best. Or I see how hard you're working, and I think you can do better. And often, I see that you're working hard and it's still a struggle. Let's get you some more help. Having a complete academic picture of our students over time allows TOSAs to hold our students to high standards, to challenge them to do their best work, and to provide more support to those who need it. An example of this is the process by which we reclassify our English learners when they demonstrate English proficiency. In addition to the incredibly challenging LPAC test, they must demonstrate grade level proficiency in ELA. At Layman this year, we reclassified at least 25 students as proficient in English. Many of these students were initially missing a requirement that would qualify them to meet this accomplishment. Because a TOSA has a picture of their complete academic progress, they were given more preparation and opportunities to demonstrate their abilities until they were ultimately successful in meeting all requirements. The incredible accomplishment of becoming multilingual belongs to the students alone, but the process by which it's recognized in their academic record requires a collaborative team. EL specialists and family engagement facilitators are the experts on the content and the process, but the TOSAs are the experts on the students. Please save this position.
Thank you, Leah. Next, we have Emma Dunsmore, followed by Jason Farmham, and then we have Maria Posey.
My name is Emma Dunsmore, and I'm a first grade teacher at Brook Hill Elementary. The decision to eliminate the site-based TOSA or teacher on special assignment positions will negatively impact our students. At Brook Hill, we are a Title I school, and over 60% of our students are English learners. I have a class community of diverse learners, and despite their differing needs, I am seeing growth in their reading skills due to our successful Walk to Read program. In this program, we group the students based on their specific reading abilities and needs to ensure that we are targeting the specific reading needs of each student. During Walk to Read time, our TOSA takes the largest group of students who are at or above grade level so that my grade level partner and I can work with a smaller group of the students who need more support. The Walk to Read model has long been a cornerstone of reading instruction at our school. Without our TOSA, we will no longer have this targeted small group time to support our young readers at their own level. I understand that there are budget realities that the district needs to grapple with, but the message was that we are trying to keep these cuts as far from the classroom as possible. Our TOSA may not be a classroom teacher, but she works with 56 students daily. The loss of the TOSA position would be a tremendous loss for our students. Considering the budget shortcomings and the number of RIFs, it's clear that we will have larger class sizes and more combos in the upcoming years. It will be more important than ever to have our site-based TOSAs to protect that small group support. Please reconsider the decision to eliminate the site-based TOSAs and let our young readers have the support they deserve.
Thank you, Emma. Next, we have Jason Farnham, followed by Maria Posey, followed by Madonna Feather Cruz.
Hi. I had something prepared, but it doesn't feel right tonight, so I yield my time in support of keeping the TOSAs. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. Next, we have Maria Posey, followed by Madonna Feather Cruz, followed by Adina Flores.
Well, I'm Maria Posey. I didn't know anything about the TOSA program. I wish they kind of had something like that when my kids were in elementary school. The only negative I saw from the TOSA people was the thinking that the special ed is degrading to the kids. It's special ed's a lifesaver for probably most of these students. Since you guys are going to be let go because they can't figure it out, they have all their money going to nonprofits that help line many of their pockets. I urge every single one of you to make sure you show those parents how to get an IEP for those students, because they are going to have to figure out in their budget how to hire more resource specialist teachers, because at least the laws behind that, and those students will have to be given the resources they need. And I bet they find some money real quick on that. And I would love to see from the board, how much money is going towards nonprofits? How much money goes towards painting murals at the schools? I'm pretty sure that it's more important that these kids learn to read and write, but none of you up there seem to care. De La Torre, I want to say, like, at least you talk against them, and I have to say, like, I congratulate you on that, going against the grain with some of these people. Finally, I've seen someone that will talk back. The rest of the board, I believe, is totally useless. And I do want to say to McNally, I know that you don't agree with these people on this board most of the time. And I think it actually makes you one of the worst ones up there at this point. If you can't speak up and stand up, then you need to sit down and get out. Because there's a serious problem when you know you're going against your moral values and you still continue to do it because you have fear of the board instead of taking care of the kids that fear school.
Thank you, Ms. Posey. Next, we have Madonna Feather Cruz, followed by Adina Flores and Diana Olivares.
Thank you. Good evening, relatives. My name is Madonna Feather Cruz. I'm Pomon Lakota. I'm not sure if you know this, but the Big Picture schools are international and thriving. I recently traveled to a Hawaiian island to see the future site of a traditional cultural Hawaiian school that will soon be built. I recently became a facilitator in the Fatherhood and Motherhood as Sacred curriculum. And on my Fridays, I volunteer my time to go to a Big Picture school on my lunch and do that curriculum with those students. I want to say how amazing the Big Picture schools in Sonoma County are doing. I encourage you guys to make every effort to flip some of these schools to the Big Picture model. I feel this is a solution to these issues that we're hearing about. I don't know why you wouldn't want to hear these words from students, that they feel safe, they love coming to school, they support each other with no harm, and they love being interns. To further that discussion, you could email Lauren, Loren, at bigpicturelearning.org. And, hearing that you're eliminate this position on TOSAs, that just lets me know that there's going to be more killings from the students killing each other, more suicide, more fentanyl overdoses. It seems like you're going to take away the student safe person that they have on school, and I highly suggest that you do not do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Madonna. Next, we have Adina Flores, followed by Diana Olivares.
Good evening. These layoffs wouldn't be necessary if the board wasn't pushing political narratives to receive funding from the nonprofits they're tied to. Enrollment has declined due to lack of school safety. I can show the TOSA's financial conflicts of interest, and I'm happy to do so. Allowing felons on campus to guide the kids to advocate against police is disgusting. Miss Dela Cruz is not here tonight because my post about her on Instagram went viral yesterday. She resigned as equity officer this week. Miss Isabel Lopez, the executive director of Raíces Collective, who she brought here to advocate against police, hit a parked police car while intoxicated in 2020 and is a felon. So how is she working on campus with children? Miss Alegria de la Cruz shares a mortgage with her and receives income from Raíces because her husband is an artist there. So these board members continue to partner with nonprofits, give our funding as taxpayers to those nonprofits, and it has absolutely nothing to do with the kids. She's now going to be employed as an executive at the Dolores Huerta Foundation. She currently makes nearly $300,000 a year. How is she going to make that at a nonprofit? The highest paid employee there is Miss Dolores Huerta's daughter, who makes $150,000 a year. It just doesn't add up. Either she resigned because she had to, because how much money did Raíces receive from the equity office where she was directing? Mr. Sheffield and others met with Generation Housing regarding the development fees. And Ms. Jen Close, the former Santa Rosa School Board president, is the executive director of that organization. She actually had the federal government threaten me for asking to see their books because they're under the umbrella of the Tide Center, which is a rent-seeking organization. So, Made in Santa Rosa also registered to the school district's address. I've asked you guys for a year now to see those books. You can't show them. So where is that money going? Because it represents Santa Rosa City Schools. I'm just asking to see financials. Thank you.
Thank you, Adina. Next, we have Diana Olivares.
Hi. I'm seeing a great disconnect in regards to how this board says they value minority voices and what you do directly to support these families. I hear the ELAC committee reports every week. I have been keeping track on what's been mentioned from these reports, as well as the district ELAC reports. They all have the same concerns as all other parents in this district, and at the top of their list is safe schools, anti-bullying, understaffing, and overcrowded campuses. And yes, some of them even mention supporting school resource officers on campus. I've seen this board undervalue feedback and opinions from parent groups, ELAC committees, teachers, and faculty. And I've seen this board value the opinion of members of a few extreme-minded nonprofits. I highly doubt you will hear any of the nonprofit members speak tonight about budget cuts. Why? Because their organizations have millions of dollars and they only have one objective: to get to our students. They do not care about our students. They most likely love the fact that our campus will now have less staff on campus and more of a flexibility to insert themselves to act as if they are helping. If they really wanted to support our schools, they would come to the table and ask what they can do to help, but they won't. They care only about keeping cops off campus, asking students to attend these board meetings to speak on their behalf, attending marches that align only with their political narrative, and of course, paying them to conduct phone banks for elected officials, one sitting right here on this board. Remember, November of this year, run for school board and vote. And one more thing, I like how the school board visits campuses, but instead of going to select events where everybody's really happy and it's just such a breath of fresh air, show up to these campuses when the cops are called, or there is a mental health crisis, or a teacher needs you. Show up then.
Thank you, Diana Olivares. We have one last blue card from Tina Javier. Tina, are you available?
system is failing our kids and will continue to fail unless we innovate new ways to teach and inspire our children and to support our teachers so they can achieve their vision. Which leads me to budget cuts. It's appalling to hear that 65 or more teachers and staff will be cut from the next school year, and only about 3 staff will be cut at the district level. These teachers and classified staff who you want to terminate are the adults who interact and have the first chance to inspire our children towards success. It's hard to find a dedicated group of individuals who are willing to jump through the hoops that you create for them, which are not easy, and still show up for our children. They are neglected and not supported by the board or district. It sickens me to see that there was a job fair for over 70 jobs with $1,000 sign-on bonuses. Perception is reality. So I will ask, what's happening to the budget? Where's the money going? Are you giving yourself a raise? Is the money being allocated with integrity? How will this affect our teachers, classified staff, and children? Our teachers need to feel valued, empowered, and supported so our kids can feel valued, empowered, and supported. Years ago, our district worked with less than 15 directors and superintendents and had more students in the district. Today, you have more than quadrupled the district staff with less students. Today, we need new, honest, innovative ways to inspire and support our teachers, classified staff, and our children. And it's not by cutting our teachers and classified staff. Let's embrace accountability, leave out politics, and work together to innovate new ways to prepare our kids for the future.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to our F items. These are our action and discussion items. Next, we have F1. The board will receive an update from the multi-tier system of support, the MTSS, intervention counselors, which will include an overview of key indicators and interventions for students.
Thank you so much, Vice President Flores, Superintendent Turnell, members of the board, staff, students, and community of Santa Rosa City Schools for this opportunity to provide an update on the MTSS counselors. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to our CTE director and director that supervises secondary counselors, Debbie Cardozo.
Yeah. Thank you as I was preparing the presentation. Good evening, Vice President Flores, members of the board, Superintendent Turnell, and our community that is joining us here tonight. This year, well, first of all, I guess I should introduce myself. My name is Debbie Cardozo. I'm the Director of College and Career Readiness, and I work in educational services. And this year, I had the pleasure of getting to take over the role of working with our MTSS counselors. And I'd like, before we dive into our presentation, our team to introduce themselves.
Hello, everyone. I'm Guadalupe Navafranco, and I'm the MTSS Intervention Counselor for Elsie Allen High School.
I am Chris Nicolau, and I'm at Maria Creel High School.
Hello, I'm Heidi Petrozetti. I'm the MTSS Intervention Counselor at Ridgeway High School.
Joanna Perdomo, I'm the MTSS and Grace Counselor at Pioneer High School.
I'm Courtney Craco. I'm the MTSS Counselor at Santa Rosa High School.
I'm Angelica, and I am the MTSS at Rankin Valley and Slater Middle School.
And it's important to note, the MTSS intervention counselor position at the middle school level is new this year. And you will notice that we still have a vacancy at Santa Rosa and Comstock, but we have a full team otherwise, which I'm excited to have here tonight. And Lucy Legacy, she's the Montgomery High School MTSS counselor, and she is unable to be here tonight and is sorry about that. And so, but I wanted to make sure that I introduced her as well because she's also an instrumental part of our team.
So what is the role of an MTSS intervention counselor? It is a multi-tiered systems that supports intervention counselor that focuses on providing targeted support and interventions for identified students in collaboration with school counselors, teachers, administrators, and staff.
So this is our visual organizer that helps us sort of build our construct around multi-tiered systems of support. This was one of the first visuals that we got to help us sort of onboard the rest of the school, with the tier 1 being classroom, playground, all students within our culture and community and connections receiving standards-based instruction and positive behavior supports. As we move up into tier 2, it becomes fewer students with more specialized attention from interventionists, either counselors or reading specialists or support classes. And then at the tier 3 level, we bring in even more specialists like school psychologists or school-based therapists.
And some of the key indicators that we utilize as MTSS intervention counselors, we use the Panorama and the Youth Truth Survey to provide resources and support for our students. We also do grade reports, especially for the progress grades and the quarter grades, like running the DNF list and seeing what type of support students need. Also through attendance, so our truancy process, reviewing what is stopping students from getting to school, and then referrals. So all referrals go through school counselors, and then school counselors then refer through the tier 2 process or SSTs or 504s or requests for a special education assessment. And here we have a little snapshot from our Panorama survey. So we did see some positive shifts and some lower percentage in classroom effort. So for instance, at Pioneer High School last year, we saw that self-efficacy was down. So some of our counseling interns created small groups of students to highlight what type of strengths those students had and, you know, what are some strengths that they have at home or responsibilities outside of school and how they can utilize that in their academics.
Youth Truth is another survey our students complete annually. It's anonymous, can't even say the word, but has value as another indicator for students and how they are feeling in relation to school engagement, positive relationships with staff, and school culture. These tables display the percentage of respondents who average rating across the questions in the theme was greater than 3.5 out of 5 overall. Percent change refers to the percentage point difference between the current survey round and the most recent, so last year's previous survey round percent positives. This year, as you can see on the screen, we saw an improvement in culture at the middle school level and in all 3 areas at the high school level. And essentially what we do with this data is we look at it collectively and we do a whole school approach. And so some of the counselors were sharing that this data was shared and discussed at a staff meeting and essentially informs the work at the school site and SIPSA development. At this time, I'd like to invite our counselors to share a little bit more about, deeper about some of the different intervention highlights that they are doing across our school sites. They're doing a lot of really great work. And so I'd like to invite Guadalupe up first to talk about one of them.
So these are the interventions that we implement in our various school sites. There are two teams: student study teams, peer counseling, focused student study sessions, after-school groups, social emotional learning lesson development, delivery, and support, 504 plan meeting coordination and facilitation, and safe school ambassadors. An example of an intervention that I do at LC Allen is focused student study sessions. These sessions are for ninth grade students who are on the DNF list. I pick a handful of students from this list and meet with these students for about 4 to 5 weeks, and I also co-facilitate these sessions with the college and career counselor. During these meetings, we discuss various topics such as graduation requirements, learning styles, study skills, goal setting, and as well as post-secondary options. I'm going to pass this along to Courtney to discuss an intervention that she does at her site.
At Santa Rosa High School, we have a robust peer counseling program. We have roughly 12 peer counselors, and we're on a 6-period schedule, so we have 2 peer counselors per period. Our peer counselors have to go through an application process. They get a teacher recommendation, and they go through an interview. These are students who are model students, and they go through a 2-day training before school starts. We do training with them on active listening, challenges that are commonly seen in students, and then also training on when to refer to an adult. Our peer counselors are amazing, and I really enjoy working with them. We also have a weekly supervision session that we do with them. Over the fall semester, our peer counselors saw roughly 180 students. They met with them and provided support. And so far this spring semester, they've met with 97 students and continue to provide support. Next, I will pass on to after-school groups.
Yes. So I offer after-school tutoring twice a week, and one is specifically for our GRACE students. And it's a space for them to come in and do work, receive support if they need it, and then another day for our multilingual learners. And having those dedicated times for them to come in has really created a community for them to feel safe and be with peers that they share classes with, and really build community in supporting and coming to school and completing their work.
And lastly, I've been doing what's called the Safe School Ambassadors program. The Safe School Ambassadors is a skills-based social emotional learning program that promotes positivity and school safety by affecting the rates of violence and bullying that go on in the school. For this to happen, we have teachers hand select students who they believe are leaders within a variety of different social circles to attend a 2-day training, along with a couple of staff members who will act as group facilitators later on. Through those 2 days, students and staff learn different communication techniques to help resolve conflict, de-escalate certain situations, but also promote support for students who are feeling excluded or feeling as though they are marginalized. So what all of this does is helps students feel as though they have more control over their school environment. It takes a inside-out approach where students are the ones that are implementing the intervention based upon the skills that they learn, and they use it within their day-to-day lives, promoting a healthier school climate and changing the social norms that are facilitated at the school environment.
Okay, so reflection and next steps. So as mentioned previously, we're looking at data such as our panorama and youth through surveys, the number of referrals, grades, and attendance to essentially identify needs and collaborating to identify those high impact practices. We collectively are exploring an integrated approach to alternative interventions such as GRACE at Pioneer High School and other programs. We need to provide flexibility in the systems for student needs at our sites, but also identify opportunities for alignment. Through our work this year, we have collectively determined that there are opportunities to support a more coherent approach. We meet monthly and are looking at systems and structures and what's working. It's important to note that 4 out of our 7 MTSS counselors are new this year, which is exciting because it brings new perspectives, and it's just been The meetings are great. I mean, I would invite everybody to come. They're great. It's a great group. And so we're able to bring not only what has been going on since these positions were established in 20 and 21 school year, but other perspectives that are new and fresh as we look at how we're supporting students. So again, this provides opportunities for us to learn from each other and collectively identify systems for supporting the work and additional metrics to determine impact to ultimately meet the needs of our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. This is a discussion item, so it goes back to the board for questions. We have Trustee De La Torre.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I am curious, as you were mentioning different interventions you were working on, that there's times you're able to access a handful of students. What happens with the other students you're not able to access?
I think one thing that's important to note is the MTSS counselor position is tier 2 and also supports tier 3. And so I would say that that's where it really comes into place, where we are looking at those high impact practices and developing coherence across the work so we could really ultimately reach more students more effectively. And so that would be my response to that question. I don't know if there's anything anybody else wants to add to that as you are living in the work.
One of the things at Pioneer is that we are reviewing like the Youth Truth and the Panorama Survey during professional development. And I think that is a key component into like just reviewing the data with teachers to see what are the different tiers of support that they're providing in the classroom to be able to reach more students. So like Debbie mentioned, we are more tier 2, tier 3. And we try our best to reach as many students, but there are times where we're not able to meet with all students or provide like services. Yeah, just.
Yeah. Thank you for adding that. And I want to add too that as we're looking at systems and structures to support kids, right? This is one piece of the pie. And so, as Joanna mentioned, we're working with teachers, school counselors, families. Ultimately, that should improve the scope and reach and how we serve kids. So that's something that we're looking at too. Yeah, please.
The other thing is the tier 2, tier 3 meetings that we didn't really touch on is that I think it's pretty similar across all sites, but we meet every 2 weeks and it's comprised of counselors, our restorative specialists, our health tech, our school nurse, all of our assistant principals, our vice principal, I think there's a few other, our school psychologists as well. And we talk about these students and it's like, there's always somebody that's there to follow up with them. So at least our tier 2, tier 3, there is somebody it's not us specifically that's following up. It's an assistant principal or another staff member.
So the students you're working with are obviously students in need, and I really appreciate your efforts and work and your ability and training to be able to put into those students. Unfortunately, we are dealing with a lot right now, as everybody's heard tonight. Superintendent Chanel, I don't know if this might be for you or one of your staff, but are these supports that we are able to continue to support, or are these things where we also might have to look for other ways for the future?
Thank you for the question. I think what needs to continue to be emphasized is that while this is a group of individuals who are providing a layer of support, that there is a coordination of support. So as I'm listening to the presentation, it may seem like we are letting kids fall through the cracks, and that's actually not the case. We are allowing opportunities to refer and have members of other counselors and other services and supports on campus to be able to serve the needs of students. We have a variety of individuals on our campuses who may be able to assist with referrals. So I just want to be clear that when we say that we're working with a handful of kids, that doesn't mean other kids aren't getting supported.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee La Torre. Trustee Ed Sheffield.
Thank you. And thank you for the presentation. I love that we are using Youth Truth Survey data in this way, putting students, I guess, as we're saying, students implementing the, what did we say? The interventions, is that the, yeah. I wanted to capture that quote because I really do. I love this approach. On one of the slides, you had the highlights of the interventions. And I'm curious, the peer counselor position versus a safe school ambassador, what's the difference? I mean, I know with safe school ambassadors, these are, the teachers identifying the students. Is it the same with the peer counselor?
I think with peer counseling, they're specifically providing like part of it is emotional support, part of it is like academic follow-up, a lot of it is school connectedness. And it's kind of like a tier 1 counseling support where we have peers that are checking in with students, and students sometimes are more comfortable like talking with peers. And then it's one of those things where then it gets escalated to us. So, our peer counselors are able to deal with things that are maybe not needing to be escalated to that level of a counselor yet, or we're like collaborating with them. So I don't know if you can speak more on the school ambassadors.
Yeah, I also feel like the ambassadors, they're seeing things that are happening real time, like real incidents in the hallways, in the lunchroom. They're not seeking out interventions for academics where the peer tutoring will come into. It's more just, if these ambassadors are noticing the things that are affecting the school climate in a negative way, it is up to them to be upstanders and do something about it.
Now, how are we identifying the peer counselors?
We're going through that process right now. This is my first year doing it. So peer counselors, we've been advertising it to the school. They have to submit an application. So there's a bunch of different questions that they're asked. They have to get a referral from a teacher or another staff member that knows them well on campus. And the staff member has to answer specific questions about, is the student responsible? Are they someone who's trustworthy? Things like that. And then our counseling team will interview the students as well. And then myself and the other program advisor will also go through an interview process with them to make sure that they're a good fit and that they're a role model for the school.
And you're in the process, you say?
Yes, we are in the process of recruiting our peer counselors for next year. So their application deadline is on Friday.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Is it a class or a pull-out program? I think you said 2 days of training.
So it is considered a class. I believe they get elective credit for it. So we have a desk in the back of our counseling office, and we have 2 peer counselors that sit there each period. So there's always a counselor that is supervising them. And then each week we rotate between the periods. So 1 week it's first period and then second period, and they come to my room because it's bigger, and we do a group supervision meeting. So they are supervised, and then weekly we do a big group one, and we touch on different topics that they're noticing, and we troubleshoot things and brainstorm solutions.
All right, students and family out there, you hear that? Elective credit. All right. Thank you.
Trustee Manier?
Thank you. Thank you for that presentation. I do have a few questions. My first question is, what kind of training do our MTSS counselors receive that differentiates them from other counselors in our system?
I'd like to invite Heidi or Joanna to speak to that as our seasoned counselors.
I can't think of, I think it's a little bit of personality, and do you enjoy coordination and, working on just with multiple parts of the system, kind of more of a systems thinker. And I feel like we get support through our collaborative time, which is also something that I feel like this position's values is having consultation with other counselors at other sites. So it's a bit of a personality, a bias or an interest in, and then just also, yeah. What would you add?
Yeah, one of the main trainings that we also receive every year is around the process of like 504s and how, what systems we have to go through How often do we meet? Sharing out information to teachers and family. So we get that training every year.
In terms of the MTSS model itself, do you participate in professional development to stay up to date with best practices around MTSS? I'm kind of wondering more along the lines of implementation of the model itself and what kind of training our MTSS counselors are receiving there.
I would probably just say, and again, I'm new to this position, and so I please, team, if I misspeak or if you want to add anything, please do so. I think like Joanna was saying, is the annual training is around 504. What's interesting, though, is if you think about the MTSS counseling position, and you think about all counseling positions, and Director Flores, please correct me if I misspeak, but it's really looking at, the career, the academic, and the social emotional approach, like the whole child, right? Like, how do we support them? And so although this position is unique in the sense that it is really targeted support for students, looking at our MTSS pyramid, I would say, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, the professional development that is provided to counselors as a whole helps prepare and support the work. So I do think that there are opportunities, though, for targeted professional development, absolutely. And I think that as we continue to look at our practice as a team and identify, again, those high impact practices that are working and maybe that we want to dig into a little bit more, I think that's where we could really benefit from some targeted professional development to not only look at our work, but elevate it to another level. Anything anybody wants to add?
It's well said.
Oh, thank you. A good team I'm working with.
Thank you. So it sounds like that's an opportunity for the group to explore and to maybe look at some options. So that's what I'm hearing. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
I also have another question. So I know you all mentioned Youth Truth as kind of a metric and indicator for how our students are doing, but are there specific data points that you all look at or data that you collect to determine effectiveness of interventions at different tiers?
I would say that Youth Truth is one piece, but I think that what we're really digging in collectively as a team right now, collaboratively, is looking at grades. So Ds and Fs, for example, attendance. I think that the Panorama survey gives us a little bit more data as well. Youth Truth is a great data and kind of gives an overall snapshot of how we're doing, but I would probably say that some of the other data points that we mentioned earlier in the presentation tell us a little bit more about how we're doing. So,
Yeah. I'd love to hear from one of our counselors if you feel like the systems that we have in place adequately represent the work that you're doing and the effectiveness that you're having in our system, or if there's some work that needs to be done there.
Well, I think there's always work to be done on the coherence of our systems. And, we have this tendency to be in our silos and, so I think the pyramid and the implementation of MTSS, we're just continuing to build language. It's a theoretical model and we're all in the practice. And so I feel like the more coordinating and kind of consultation that we're doing helps to build that. And I just having been, the first introductions to MTSS being around 2019, 2020, I've seen growth and just the Tier 2 team is a very strong model. And I've seen it grow over the years in the Tier 2 teams that I've participated on. And it's just nice to see sort of I've seen growth of the institutional understanding of these tiers and this pyramid and, what we're working towards together.
Thank you. That is a perfect segue into my next question. How do you all collaborate with teachers, administrators, other staff to ensure a cohesive approach, that there is this greater understanding of the model and of implementation?
I mean, I think that personally, the Tier 2 team, because we do have administrators, we can call in school psychologists, school-based therapists, restorative folks. And so I feel like that when we're consulting and referring to, in a lot of ways, I feel like we've been learning together and sort of asking, the consultation is just so good because we have the example of the student and then what kinds of things, what supports do we want to bring in to support this student? And we all sort of remind, is that, we'll ask ourselves, is this a tier 2? Or what's going to take us to tier 3? There's just sort of a lot of discussion and learning together and reflection that's sort of built into that team.
And I also want to add too, there is a referral process for a student study team. And so even before a student moves into a student study team, there's discussion at the tier 2 level, of like identified kids that may need some additional approach or support, excuse me, and in which our staff works collectively together to provide those wraparound services. So the kid doesn't automatically just move into tier 2, right? And so there's kind of this intervention approach. And so, which does go through a student study team process based on referral. So typically there's a referral, support is provided to the teacher and other staff provides wraparound services. And then if that is just not working for whatever reason, then it would move into a student study team and then it would get discussed further and additional interventions and layers of support would be provided.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I just have 2 more questions. My next question is around feedback, how you gather feedback. Do you have kind of a feedback loop or some sort of system for feedback to ensure that we are hearing from students if this is working or not working, and if there's what kinds of room for improvement there are for how we're implementing MTSS in our district? Is there a feedback loop for that?
I would say that's an area of growth for us. So, as I indicated in the presentation, and I'm going to share this, but my first meeting with the team, we were talking and they were like, Debbie, can we discuss coherence and how we can collectively work together and build systems and structures that are in alignment across the district? And I was like, these are my people. And I share that to say that we still have some work to do. And the position still is new. And then again, I'm new into providing support around it as well. And I think that there has been in prior years a lot of education around what is MTSS and what are the different tiers and things of that nature. And I feel like right now we're at a really good spot and have a really good team to collectively look at those systems and solicit feedback, not only in our data, but also from students. And so this is going to be a continuous cycle of improvement. And I would say that we're really digging in this year very intentionally to look at that deeply as a team.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I hear that. My last question is around board policies. Have you all identified any board policies that we need to work on so that we can better support you and ensure that these systems that we need to have in place are in place?
That has not been a topic of conversation yet, but that can certainly be something that we look at collectively as a team in our meetings. Absolutely. Thank you for that question.
Thank you.
Any other board members? You asked?
I have another quick
Go ahead.
question. I think Director Cardozo, at the beginning, you had mentioned that there are counselor vacancies at Comstock and Rosa.
Santa Rosa Middle School? Yeah.
Yeah, so, I mean, and I think Director De La Torre brought up as well about, budget cuts and I don't, are these positions to be filled? Are we actively seeking to fill these vacancies?
That position is still posted and we are looking to fill it actively right now. Yeah, and yeah. So if you're out there listening, apply to be a part of our team. We're pretty great. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Lanieri, thank you. You took a lot of my questions, so I only have 2. In terms of the social emotional learning lessons, development, delivery, and support, what does that look like in terms of a school site? Is it based on the classroom setting? Are teachers being trained? Are we doing trainers for trainers? How is that being implemented systematically across the schools and district-wide? What are the lessons?
Yeah, so great question. Lucy Lucchesi, I can always say, I'm Italian, I should say it perfectly. She was going to speak more about that tonight, but again, unfortunately, she couldn't be here. But essentially what she was going to share is she worked with an individual teacher at her site to develop lessons based on conversations that she had with the teacher and the identified need. That's one anecdotal story. I think that I'm envisioning, and I haven't shared this with the team, but I'm going to share it now, creating more databases of these types of lessons that our MTSS counselors are creating using different resources that they could be accessed by teachers. And I would hope that as we're looking at systems, and if we identify this as a high impact practice, that as site administrators are working with their teacher teams and we have our professional development days, that this is embedded in this very intentionally as a support.
So embedded into the classroom lessons, is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, that was the model that was is currently being utilized at Montgomery. And so is there a way for our counselors to perhaps like push in and give SEL lessons? And it maybe doesn't have to necessarily be within the classroom, like the actual period. There are other mechanisms at our site, such as advocacy or advisory or things like that, in which SEL lesson development or lessons that are developed can actually be delivered as well. So we really have to look at what systems are available, how we can push in, and where the need is too.
Thank you. I would love to hear what sort of, research-based programs we're using in terms of, a pushing model.
Sure.
If we are using a pushing model, or if it's embedded into the lessons, what sort of programs we're using and the success rates used in other school districts. My second question is, I firmly believe that Nick, for true, disclosure here, he was my counseling intern in Healdsburg. And one of the things I talked about was, the importance of including parents in any sort of, SEL or any sort of, model. How are parents being looped in or included into this model?
At our school site, before, we don't just immediately go, if a student is struggling with grades or attendance, it's immediately a parent meeting. So that's one of our first things that we do at Ridgeway is to call in parents and review progress towards graduation and what's going on in general, so that's just one of our first lines. And that's across all counselors, not particularly just the MTSS counselor, so.
So I guess what I'm looking is a more systemic, right, and systematic way of making sure that parents are included in this. I don't know. That's one of the things I've heard. My fellow trustee member De La Cruz saying that the lack of communication. So I think it's important, to have that conduit in terms of including parents in these sort of models when they're being implemented.
Yeah, so at Slater Middle School specifically, I do check-ins with students after they've had their student success team meeting. And so for specific students, I'll do like emails to parents as check-ins, or I'll do phone calls to give them weekly updates on how their kid is doing with our check-ins.
Thank you. And I just realized I called you Nick. It's Chris. I did that forever.
You're still doing that?
Yeah, the only thing that I would add to that is I second what Angelica had to say about like the individual follow-up that we do, but as a first-year counselor coming into this role and figuring out the school systems, like I feel like we're looking at also like what can be done differently next year. And one of the things is like, how do we involve parents? And so I'm working with one of the other staff members right now of like, how do we build out like almost like parent like inclusiveness, like, and try and do it as a monthly training that would align with whatever it is that we're doing in the classrooms. And I think that that's a huge area for growth that we're trying to build out right now as well.
And suffice to say that, the parent involvement it's more like tier 3, sort of, at that level, tier 2.5, tier 3, and so when you're there. So anyway, next we have any public comments. I think we have 2 blue cards. First, we have Priscilla Dendrinos, followed by Deborah Tapia de Martin. Priscilla? And by the way, thank you for your presentation.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Deborah Tapia de Martín y estoy aquí por parte del comité de DELAC. Estimados miembros de la mesa directiva, como comité de DELAC, en nombre de nuestras familias de aprendices de inglés, queremos recordarle a cada uno de ustedes del compromiso y obligación que como miembros de la mesa directiva del Distrito de Santa Rosa tienen con cada uno de los estudiantes y aún más con los estudiantes aprendices de inglés, particularmente con los estudiantes con necesidades especiales y discapacidades que forman parte del distrito.
Deborah, my apologies. You are slated for F2. We're still in F1, okay? I will call you in. I will call you, sorry.
I thought, I asked, I'm like, this is
Yes,
F2?
I was like,
Okay,
wait,
all right.
okay. Thank you, thank you,
All right.
thank you. And then Priscilla too for F2. Sorry about that. So we don't have any blue cards for F1? No? Okay. All right.
Thank you for the opportunity to share our work. Appreciate it.
Okay, so coming back to the board for any further discussion?
I'll just say one thing. I really appreciate the work that our MTSS counselors are doing. It is so critical, especially now. And I want to see nothing but a lot of outpouring support for our MTSS counselors. It sounds like professional development is something that we need to explore. Systems are things that we need to explore. Feedback, evaluation, metrics. And so I look forward to receiving an update from our MTSS team to see how we're doing on these fronts, but I just want to thank you and really express my gratitude for what you do.
Thank you for your presentation. Now we're in item F2. The board will consider approval of the 2023-23 second interim report with qualified certification.
You stole exactly what I was going to say. Thank you, Vice President Flores, Superintendent Trinnell, members of the board, and our SRCS community. It'll take me just a second here, sorry. I will share our presentation in just a moment here. Okay. Well, as Vice President Flores shared, this is our second interim report. This evening, we will give an overview, provide some budget assumptions, talk about our general fund, multi-year projections. We will briefly cover other funds, definitely talk about areas to monitor, next steps, and we will provide, obviously, time for questions from the board. As you can see, we've updated our slide here a little bit because there's been some things added, especially for the current year. So if you recall, last month we did provide our LCAP mid-year update. And between February and June, we will be developing the next year's LCAP while we're also monitoring and closing out the current year LCAP, as well as our budget, and we'll begin our planning and development. And so that's really important to keep in mind as we're looking at our second interim financial report. This is our activity from July 1 through January 31st and the information that we have available at this time. Over the next several months, it's a really important process this year, more so than ever before for SRCS, as well as many other schools. And that is, it gives us an opportunity to prioritize the funds that we have. One of the things that is key as we're looking at this year and this process is that we have many restricted funds. Some of them have expired or are expiring. We've had many positions that are ongoing positions that have been paid for with one-time funds. And that's really what this does, is it gives us the opportunity to take a step back, to calibrate what the needs are for the district based on the community input that we're receiving. From there, there's the LCAP that's developed, which then develops the budget. So we'll talk a little bit more as we go through each of the steps, but it's just a reminder that just because there's something that's showing right now as maybe even a reduction, it may be something that's prioritized through the LCAP and budgetary process, and then could be added back in with a shift of where those funds are coming from. So there are positions, or there are recommendations for reductions in areas that are not only in our one-time funds, because we have to prioritize the remaining restricted and unrestricted funds. So that's that process there, and why it's circular and it's all driven by that LCAP. So, sorry, I already skipped ahead there with what our second interim covers. Now, there is something on here that we haven't done in, I guess, several years, which is a third interim. And that is because we're self-certifying as qualified, which means that we may not be able to meet our financial obligations in either the current or the subsequent 2 fiscal years. So what that means is that we do a third interim, so essentially a mini financial report that has to be completed. It's as of April 30th, and it has to be completed before June 1st. And so it's just a precursor essentially to our budget development in June. And then our cycle continues. And again, qualified. So one of the things that I want to point out with our second interim assumptions, this is our district enrollment, so actual students that we project to be enrolled in courses. And then our ADA, so our average daily attendance, so actually the number of student equivalent, so equivalent attendance days that we expect to have happen based on our current trends. And then there's the funded ADA, which is the rolling 3-year average of our attendance compared to enrollment. So if you'll notice, we will need to be staffed as if we have 12,928 students, but we will only be funded as if we have 11,000, well, we would only expect attendance of 11,921, and we would be funded for 12,622. And that's in the current year. And we have a big drop coming from 23-24 to 24-25. And part of that really has to do with the pandemic year falling off on that rolling 3-year average, so that first hold harmless year. So that's why you notice a big drop after that, and it continues to decline. A reminder, this is based off, our projections are based off of the demographic study as well as our current trends. So that takes into account birth rates, which are substantially lower all across the state, but substantially so in Sonoma County. One other thing I want to mention is that you see the big drop there. We've continued our staffing levels at the higher level because of the COVID funding that we had. So we have not made reductions until now. All right, and then these are our charter school projected enrollments and ADA. They tend to be a little more stable, which is standard for charter schools that are in person. That's pretty normal. With our COLA, or cost of living adjustment, that's taken into account several factors. It's a statutory amount that's figured, I believe there are 6 different factors. Is that correct, Joel? Do you remember? So it's not something that is, the statutory amount is not up for debate. It's, you know, as far as it's kind of guessed at throughout the year, estimated based on current factors. And then in June, we find out what it actually is at that time. However, there's a difference between the statutory COLA and the funded COLA. So in the current year, right now, the indicators are, as of the January budget proposal, the indicator was a 0.76% COLA. It is not looking like the state is going to be able to fund that, or that it may not even hit 0.76%, which means that we may actually receive less than that COLA. Our budget assumptions and projections include the 0.76 COLA because that is what the governor has proposed and which is what we use to develop the budget at the time is the most recent guidance from the state.
Just real quick, is that based on the LAO or what is that?
That is based off of the budget, the governor's budget proposal,
The
0.76.
I thought you had mentioned that it doesn't look like.
Oh, as far as what I was saying, as far as what it may not look like,
Projection.
yes, that would be from LAO. Department of Finance is even
Okay.
leaning that way right now. So most of the kind of powerhouses of, economic forecast are looking and saying the state may not be able to afford that. So we'll find out more at the time of the May revise when the governor has more of the information available. And then there will be negotiations between the governor and the legislature to determine what we are actually funded at. This is substantially lower, as we've shared before, than what was adopted in the budget, which was 3.94%. So that is one of the main reasons for the swing in our projections from first interim to second interim. And again, CalSTRS, which is the retirement system for teachers and certificated administrators, holds steady at 19.1%. That to change that, it does take the legislature to act. For CalPERS, which is the retirement system for the classified employees and classified management and administrators, that is subject to change based on actual investment returns, and it does vary year to year. And each year, those projections for the out years change, just like the COLA. Okay, and I'll go ahead and let Joel take it over for a minute.
Thank you, Vice President Flores, Superintendent Turnell, members of the board. Thank you, Lisa. So as Lisa was going over in the annual budget cycle, this is our second interim. The second interim focuses on updates since first interim. First interim was through October 31st. Now we're going through January 31st, and a lot has happened during the fall. We get a real good look at our actual expenditures and information current year at second interim. So you'll see some changes. So we'll focus on updates since first interim. Each financial report includes revenues, expenditures, and ending surplus or deficit and ending balance reserves or reserve. So we'll go through those areas. I'm starting off with the revenues and the other component is a multi-year projection, which includes current year plus 2 future years. So we'll start off with the current year revenues, and I'll go over some of those and the things we've seen this year since first interim. And one other component of each financial report is the state has a prescribed SACS account code structure that is an account code that we record all revenues, expenditures against, and those account codes have similar components that we can roll areas of revenues, expenditures together to get these summary reports. So there are thousands of accounts and expenditures and revenues we take in that we're able to roll up to these line items. And they also include unrestricted and restricted sources. One of those components is a resource code, and our unrestricted is our base services, and then we have restricted categorical local and state and federal grants and categorical programs that we can look at and isolate in those areas. So now moving on to look at the revenues. So you can see here we've got at second interim, we've increased our revenues by about 2.3 million. The unrestricted components of that is we updated our interest, a couple $100,000 with all the COVID stimulus funds and learning recovery funds. We do have some healthy money in the bank right now. We're spending that money with those one-time expenditures, but our interest so we raised that a little bit. Then the other increases are those restricted local federal and state grants. Like, for example, we did get one other thing that we increased was our medical billing program that we got some revenue. It's restricted for those services, but that was a nice surprise. So yeah, that's pretty much what our revenues increases are. And this year we continue to hold those COVID learning loss mitigation revenues and expenditures.
One thing I will add is one place that you see a difference where it'll be an increase has to do with carryover funds of those federal dollars. So they're taken out of the budget and then they're added back in. So that you'll see a lot of changes in restricted funds because of the way that they have to be accounted for. And so again, restricted just means red tape, strings. It means that we can't spend it on kind of anything that we want. It has to be within particular categories and areas.
Yeah, great point. The finance world calls that unearned revenue, if it ever comes up. But so yeah, so now we can take a look at the expenditures. You can see we did also have an increase in expenditures since the first interim. Again, we have a lot of information that comes in throughout the year. You know, we did like, you know, we budgeted our LCAP. We had a pretty robust LCAP this year, and we increased some areas. We got some, you know, actual people in assignments and their actual salaries. I mean, one thing to note was, I think, you know, we did have an increase in special ed costs. You know, in the fall, we get a lot of SSTs and referrals, and that kind of comes through more in second interim, I think. And then one thing, this second interim, we did take you know, we have a other than pension employees benefit program where we pay for our current year retirees, and every year at certain age, they end that benefit. We did take some equity back out of the, we do a payroll benefit too, like take money out of our current employees' payroll to pay for that. And there was a little bit of equity there, so we took it now as opposed to when we closed the books.
Essentially what that means, to add to that, is just that we make adjustments throughout the year to try to be more accurate as we're moving rather than all the way everything at the very end. Things will still change between now and June, and then even more so between June and September. But it's again shifting those dollars to be able to provide the most accurate reporting as we go through the year as we can.
Yeah, and I think that really is the highlight of the expenditure increases. And yeah.
Okay, now we get to the not so fun part, which are the multi-year projections. One thing that is different in here than past practice, however, it is a best practice, which is to include any publicly disclosed offers on the table as far as bargaining, because that would mean that we have to have included the cost of that and shared that with our county office. And so you'll see that that's that green line right there. Sorry, yes, that is what that green line is right there. It took me a second to read our writing here. That does show what those costs would be for next year and for the following year based on the most recent public disclosure that we provided. We do also have on there the particular kinds of service reductions that are assumed at the for 24-25, which is about 8.3 million, which carries forward as an ongoing savings. So if you look at that line that says other adjustments identified and future unidentified stabilization measures, that's the work that we still have to do. Some of that has been identified as far as an area where we can make reductions or areas to look at, but much of that really is what we will need public input on. So we will be looking at some different ways to explore making those reductions. And we have been working strongly with our budget advisory committee. That work continues. They have come up with some great ideas to bring forward. We have implemented some of that in these projections, but more will come forward as we finish our budgeting process.
Can we just, I mean, because it's It's a new line, the green line. Can we break that down?
Sure. So what that is, the most recent offer on the table in bargaining was a $4,000 increase per cell. So for each person on that salary schedule, that salary, annual salary would go up by $4,000. The medical benefits would be the Kaiser rate for a single person, so the employee only paid at 100%. For employee plus one, it would be covered at 50%. And employee plus family, which is 2 or more, would be covered at 40%. Additionally, a 3% increase in the following year on top of the already increased salary, so it compounds.
Got it.
And then there's one more year, but it's not reflected on here.
Thank you. I appreciate this being included in here, and definitely want to be as open and transparent as we can.
Yes, and that is why it is best practice, is to make sure that our public understands what we are budgeting for. So you can see that we do have a substantial cliff ahead of us as far as if, depending on how we move forward with our LCAP process, our budgeting, and our priorities. Okay. And showing that this is assuming that we make those reductions. And one thing I do want to point out that I did not mention here is that it is cumulative. So that is where you would see if we were able to make that reduction of the 3.2 million, then the following year it would be a little bit less. It would be 23 million rather than 26 the year after that. And so it compounds. The earlier that you are able to make ongoing reductions, or making ongoing reductions versus a one-time reduction.
That's really important. Can you explain that? Why does it make
Sure.
sense that it is done earlier?
Because the earlier that it happens, that money is there then to continue on to the next year. The bigger issue is ongoing reductions versus one-time reductions. So if we were to say back, and not that please do not think that I am proposing this, I am not. I'm just giving one example of things that were used back in, say, 2008, 9, 10 by a lot of districts, were furloughs. And those are a one-time savings because it's a one-time reduction in a work year and a one-time reduction in salary and benefit expenses. That only helps in the short term. That gets you a very small amount. You're better off in the long term identifying even smaller reductions that compound, because if you're able to eliminate a $3 million expense, that's an ongoing cost, that's going to turn into the $3 million that you saved plus $3 million the next year, plus $3 million the next year. So otherwise you have to make those $3 million in cuts every single year. Does that help? Okay, thank you.
I have a follow-up question. So in terms of making sure that we align with our J90 projections in terms of staffing, when does that happen in terms of the budget? When do we staff, right, for projected numbers for the following year?
So we create our preliminary projections we're trying to get them as early as possible. The longer we wait, the more accurate they are. So it's, we base off of enrollment projections, which is a little difficult to navigate right now. So we do our best with that. We got those preliminary projections out in early February, which then gives the sites, okay, here are the number of FTE you have based on your number of students enrolled. And so something that we haven't done in prior years is stuck really closely with those, with the classroom averages. It's really been, okay, this would be hard to, this would create more combos. If we kept 2 more positions here, that would lessen the combos and you give more sections. That is, this year we looked at, okay, this is what we really have to do because we are coming up on the expiration of those one-time funds. Again, the intent of the ESSER dollars and the learning recovery dollars and the arts and music instruction block grant, all of that had language around it about continuing to employ people, to recruit, retain, to get through those tough budget times. Well, the issue is now we don't have other revenues to backfill that. So we, like many other districts and other industries, created ongoing expenses that are paid for with one-time funds. And so reductions weren't made. And so now the reductions are recommended reductions, and the need are deeper than they would have been had those reductions been made along the way. So prior to COVID, there was a need to reduce based on declining enrollment. That did not happen because of COVID, because we had the one-time funds. So now, okay, thank you. Okay, and so this is assuming that we do identify those reductions or somehow come up with additional revenues. We do have to maintain that 3% minimum reserve. Again, thinking of a 3% reserve, that is about 2 weeks of payroll. So when you think about what a 3% means, best practice is about 17%. However, we have, because that's about 2 months of operating expenses, but we are capped at 10%. So just for some perspective there.
Okay, again, I want to just break it down. We
Sure.
have an audience. Why a 3% reserve? Why the 3% reserve?
The 3% reserve is a minimum requirement by the state. If we fall below that 3%, we would go into potentially a negative certification. So we have to come up with a fiscal
And what
plan at
happens
that
there
point.
when we fall
Negative
into
certification
negative
is really
certification?
bad. That means that there's a state takeover.
Okay.
It means that the board loses.
And we know the state doesn't like that. I think they did
No.
that in Oakland. It was horrible. Yeah, it's bad.
It's much better for us to solve our problems collectively as a
Yeah.
community rather than
Have the
having
state
others
come
come in
in
and
and
do
mess
it
it
for
up.
us.
Yeah.
Because while we try to do things with humanity, that's not the way that a state takeover works.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our fiscal stabilization plan process, it's really this ongoing process for us that we are working with our budget advisory committee. We make the budget advisory committee puts forth recommendations for ideas that some are concrete and some are things to explore and bring back additional information on. So those recommendations go to the superintendent, who works with her advisors on how that gets incorporated into the budget. And then that comes to the board for adoption or recommended adoption in each of those budget updates. Okay, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Joel again for a minute.
Okay, yeah, thank you. So we covered our general fund, operating fund 01. We do have other funds in our district, and these are the list of them. This is the change since first interim. You can see so the charter school fund 09, that's one I'll show. They have a reserve, but they're similar to the general fund 01, our district schools. They have one-time funds, they have increasing costs, and they too face the reduction in COLA from the state from a 4% to basically a little under 1%. And so they're in a similar situation as us. So then our cafeteria fund, I'll say, we work with our CNS director, Ed, and, with the new universal meals, it's tough to get that exactly correct, but we have a healthy reserve there, and that's not anything to be alarmed. We're just updating that budget. You can see the bond fund, it's working. You'll see big swings like that as the facilities really start targeting and projects and deciding how to move forward. And then our Fund 40, that is our special reserve fund. We got some RDA facility money that's restricted for facilities as well, or for capital projects for building. But one thing, I think the biggest contributor to that one there is we have a CalFresh program. So we get revenues in from that new program. Do you want to talk about that program? It's for the CalFresh is a state program, it's for like air conditioning and different, we have a program for that, climate controls and things like that. So I think those are the highlights in the other funds.
One thing to note, you will see some reductions in the cafeteria account also because of, and you'll see those at budget when that comes through because of some capital purchases. And some of that is restricted funds based on, well, all of cafeteria is restricted, but even more so restricted specifically for foods, for equipment to help prepare fresh foods. So you'll see some changes there as well.
Really appreciate you guys breaking this down because there's so much of a misperception that schools just have this one pot and everything's funded out of that one pot. And I really appreciate you taking that time and breaking this down to help educate the community and how we're dealing with this tough situation. Thank you.
And we are working to provide more in the way of forward-facing documents. As we get our website updated, there will be additional information posted on there as well as some translated documents too. Some of the areas that, I mean, there are many areas to monitor. This is unfortunately a short list of the things that we have to keep an eye on. Just where knowing that we have difficult decisions and for the board and for us in making recommendations, we have staffing challenges. So we have some areas where we need to recruit while we are at the same time making reductions. We also have to look at how to retain the positions that we are able to. So it's really not a fun thing for the board, very difficult. And obviously, as we bring recommendations forward, it's not done lightly. We do need to monitor our state and national economy. We do have slowing economic growth and a lot of uncertainty with the stability of how quickly things will get passed at the federal level. So that can affect us. Obviously, things that we always have to monitor are, employee negotiations, working with our partners. Changes in our projected and statutory cost of living adjustments, what they actually end up funding, declining enrollment and attendance rates. We have to make sure that we are working with our charter schools to make sure that they are bringing forth fiscally stable plans as well. Our universal transitional kindergarten program, that's an area where we have to add. So again, this juxtaposition of making reductions while also needing to add. The tough work is really prioritizing for a sustainable future for our students and prioritizing the programs that will be the most impactful. Expiration of one-time funds, and those are kind of tiered. So the vast majority is ending in September. So you will see, a spend down or even some transitioning from, one pot of money to another as we spend those funds down. Increased restrictions on some remaining one-time funds. I know there were some, cheers that went around when there was a court case that said, oh, the state needs to provide more learning loss money. That is not additional funds. Though what they have done is taken the Learning Recovery Block Grant and any funds that are not encumbered, so not earmarked, already spoken for by July 1, will just have further restrictions on them. So it, again, changes how we look at the way that we have budgeted some of those one-time funds and what they can be used for. We are in the process of developing our new local control accountability plan. We're in the beginning of our next 3-year cycle. And of course, we have the potential parcel tax that will come in front of the board for consideration later this year, and then potentially to the voters. So all of these things can have a major impact on our budget and the programs and services that we're able to provide to our students. Just our next steps, we have our Budget Advisory Committee, LCAP and Budget Development. Third interim, you'll be hearing from us again. It'll be a much shorter report. And then you'll hear again from us in June with our LCAP and budget public hearings and budget adoptions. Questions?
Well, thank you for your presentation. Are there any board questions? Wow. All right, so let's see. Let's go for public comments. I do have two blue cards. I have Priscilla Dendrinos, and then Deborah Tapia de Martin. Is Priscilla here?
I believe Priscilla left.
Okay, Priscilla left. Deborah?
Oh, my apologies.
Priscilla's here? All right, Priscilla?
Buenas noches. Vamos a comenzar con una carta que ha sido pasada. Estimados miembros de la mesa directiva, como comité de DILAC, en nombre de nuestras familias de aprendiz del inglés, queremos recordarle a cada uno de ustedes del compromiso y obligación que como miembros de la mesa directiva del Distrito de Santa Rosa tienen con cada uno de los estudiantes y aún más con los estudiantes aprendiz del inglés, particularmente con los estudiantes con necesidades especiales y discapacidades que forman parte del distrito, por lo cual exigimos que reconsideren los recortes en las posiciones de apoyo precisamente a estos estudiantes, ya que el personal en esta posición, quien ayuda de forma directa e indirecta a que nuestros estudiantes logren sus metas. Al revisar la lista presentada de posibles posiciones que serían recortadas y escuchar la grabación de la presentación que el Comité de Presupuesto de la Oficina de Educación del Condado de Sonoma presentó durante la última Junta Especial de la Mesa Directiva. Es evidente que estos recortes impactarán de forma directa a nuestros estudiantes aprendiz del inglés, aun cuando alguna de estas posiciones no se desempeñen directamente en el aula de clases. De tal forma, como comunidad de aprendiz de inglés, no podemos evitar sentirnos atacados. Para el año 2023, el Distrito Escolar de Santa Rosa reportó que 1,119 estudiantes se consideraron aprendices del inglés. De estos, 517 lograron clasificarse el año pasado, lo cual representa el 46% del total de estos estudiantes. Esto no se podría haber logrado sin el apoyo del personal, el cual se está considerando recordar.
Gracias. Lo que le voy a decir, señor, es que ese es el caso número F3. Ok, ahorita estamos hablando del el budget de la escuela. Ok, so I'm just going to let it go, but that's item for F3, specifically the cuts that we're doing, right? That's F3. But I'm going to let you finish this for.
So you want me to
Yeah,
wait
go ahead and translate, but I'm just letting you know, eso vamos a hablar en el siguiente, ¿ok? Pero por favor, si lo puede traducir, gracias.
So as you know, at DLAC,
Oh, I'm sorry, I need to translate that. Sorry, I'm just, that was item F3, but we're going to let the traduction services to go on, the interpretation services to go on, so we can hear what el señor Juarez had to say. Okay, thank you.
as the committee of DLAC and with our families and English learners, we want to remind you, each of you that are part of the district board, that in Santa Rosa, each one of you has made a commitment with each of the students, especially with the students of English learning, especially especially with kids that have special needs or have disabilities and are part of the district, for which we ask or we are demanding that you reconsider the cuts that you are proposing, especially with the students that, especially with the personnel that was working with these students in these positions. It's in a form that was either directly working with them or indirectly working with them, to be able for the teachers to achieve their goals. After seeing the presentation that was done on the meeting that was there last time, our hearts were broken. And we couldn't feel other than to feel attacked. And it's evident that these cuts will impact in a form that is kind of directly to our students and especially our English learners, even though some of them are in positions where they have to develop, within their classes, within their classrooms, in such a way, that it's going to be impacting our community of English learners. We cannot help but feel like we're being attacked. For the year 2023, the school district in Santa Rosa reported 1,119 students that were considered as English learners. Of these 517, they were able to reclassify, and which shows that it's at least 46% of the total students. This could not have been achieved without the help of the personnel for which the one that you're trying to cut away.
Thank you, Senor Juarez. Deborah Tapia de Martin. Deborah, you still here?
I think I'm getting some information that they actually want to speak on F3. Is that correct, Paola?
Okay, so I'll put you in F3, Deborah. Okay, back to the board. This is an action item. Do we have any more discussion on the budget? I think I already asked my questions that I had. I just want to say thank you for your thorough presentation. And I just have to say that I have voted no on previous budgets because of the lack of time. These are very important, sort of presentations. And I just want you to know that that's, I can in good conscience vote, for a budget that it wasn't presented in due time. So I just want you to know that, okay? Thank you for your thank you for your report. Moving on to item F3.
Action item.
It is an action item, sorry.
I move for approval of the 23-24 second interim report with qualified certification.
Second.
Okay, moved by Director Sheffield, second by Trustee De La Torre. Could we have a roll call vote, please?
Student Board Member Rao.
Aye.
Trustee Sheffield.
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
Trustee McNally.
Aye.
Trustee Manieri.
Aye.
Vice President Flores.
Aye. That concludes this action item. Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to F4. F3, I'm sorry, I'm just skipping stuff around. I want to go home too, right? Okay, so. Resolution number 2023-24-43, reduction of continuance of certain particular kinds of services, also known as PKSs, for the 2024-25 school year. Presenting with this item, we have Dr. Sands and her team. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Vice President Flores, Superintendent Tranel, members of the board. members of the public that are here with us and online. As we were asked at the last board meeting to bring back a few more items to consider for the PKS reductions or particular kinds of services, we have brought back several different positions, including the elimination. There are several on here. When I read them, I will let you know these are site-funded positions that the sites are reducing as they do not know what their site budgets will be. And so they cannot say that they will be able to fund these positions until they see what their budgets for next year will be. So that will be a .2 elementary reading specialist, a .2 MTSS counselor, a .35 secondary counselor, a .2 secondary TOSA. And then in addition, we are bringing back the elimination of 2.0 LCAP counselor, 1.0 district library media specialist, and for administration, we are bringing the coordinator of alternative education, as well as 1 full-time and 2 part-time program managers for special education.
Thank you. This is, and do we have any questions from the board? Trustee Manieri?
Thank you. I know there are a lot of questions tonight about our 2 LCAP counselor positions. So I'm going to hand it over to Dr. Castro to tell us a little bit more about that.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I want to start by actually extending my deepest appreciation to everybody in the Educational Services Division that supports students. This is a tough time for our division. We're losing a lot of people possibly. So I want to make sure that everybody understands that I really respect and appreciate the contributions that they provide all of our learners. In a situation like this, where we have to do everything we can to keep the cuts away from the school site, I'm tasked with doing which is a very difficult task, but really seeing how we can streamline our processes, but at the same time provide the same level of service or better. In this particular situation, I'm actually able to, I feel, streamline and actually improve services to our English learners. And like I said, for me, it's extremely important to keep these cuts away from the school site. And I think if that's our commitment, we have to make these difficult decisions. And I'm personally actually affected by this. If these cuts happen to the teachers, I'm personally affected. I have a daughter at a school, and I know that it's quite possible that someone there that I know that's her teacher is in a situation like this. So in this particular situation, these 2 individuals have 3 main tasks. They process international transcripts. They oversee newcomer onboarding, and they process the documentation for reclassification for students. Currently in Santa Rosa City Schools, at the elementary level, our family engagement facilitators actually process the reclassifications. That's been a practice that we've been following for some time now. Not sure why that hasn't happened at the secondary level. With respect to how this work would look like moving forward, with respect to the international transcripts that will fall under the coordinator of multilingual services, over time, additional individuals will be trained to help support that, but that's the task that can be handled by a single individual. The other 2 tasks are really part of a redesign and an integration of supporting our English learners at the school sites. No matter how hard 2 people work, it's not possible for them to be able to oversee, nor should it be the responsibility of only 2 individuals to oversee both the onboarding of newcomers or the processing of reclassification documentation. So moving forward, what I mean about improving services, while at the same time streamlining our division, and in this particular case, the Department of Multilingual Services, all of our FEFs at the 2nd level will be processing reclassification documentation. In addition to the coordinator of multilingual services and any specialist that would be left. That's a total of up to 20 individuals that will be doing this work instead of 2. I want to make that very clear again. Right now, this task exists under the purview of 2 individuals. Moving forward, this will be, as we've now have up to 10 family engagement facilitators at the high school level, with 5 to 6, depending on how you count them, at the middle school level. And if we're left with any specialists, an additional 6 or 7 staff, and the process of onboarding newcomers and processing reclassification would fall under the purview and the auspices of those 15 to 20 individuals. Moving forward, I'd continue to like to integrate that more into the work that's done at the school sites. When I was a teacher, it was part of my role as a teacher to process reclassification. When I was an administrator, I work with teachers to process reclassification documentation. And I hope to continue to integrate that work as we move forward. So once again, the work that was previously seen, overseen by 2 individuals will be at the minimum beginning next year, overseen by 20. And the specifics of how that's going to roll out can be provided by Ms. Nyamas, Director of Multilingual Services. Also, like I said, I'm available for any additional questions with respect to how we're going to be handling this work stream.
Thank you. I appreciate that information. I have a couple of other thoughts, but I don't know if other board members have questions or discussion.
I don't have anyone lined up, but anyone else?
Just a question on the family engagement personnel. They're meeting the qualifications to do the services?
So they're already doing it at the elementary site.
Okay.
So training them is a process that we're involved in right now, and we'll be ready to be able to do that at the beginning of the next school year.
Okay. And what additional training is necessary?
It would be processing the reclassification documentation.
So they would learn that all the procedures, the steps?
Yes.
Okay.
Like I said, this is actually something that I'm used to actually being part of the teacher process.
Yeah. And it's great you're bringing this knowledge to the district, and that's, really important to see what is done.
But any help that we can provide to teachers at this point is we're more than willing to provide. And I think that it sits better with the family engagement facilitators because I really think it helps with that role that they have as the connective tissue at the school with being able to better communicate and engage families to be able to pass this kind of information on a regular and more consistent and comprehensive basis rather than just trying to get 2 people to do all that.
Yeah, and with it's more of them, I guess, but I'm concerned that, it's would be take them away from their job, how much time would be spent.
Yeah, so that's a good point to make. The reclassification process is an iterative one. So information is gathered throughout the year, depending on how a student does on the particular LCAP and other local measures. So it's not something they're doing every day. So they're basically, they are grabbing and checking on monitoring sets of data for students, I would say on a 6 to 8 week basis. That would be the best in my goal.
Okay.
Checking to see what the numbers and what's called elevation and where we pull information from. And then, like I said, if you have individuals at the school site, they're right there dialed in to be able to say, let's check with this group of students that I was checked on 8 weeks ago.
That's
Let's
the key,
communicate with
being
the
there on the
parents.
school site,
Yeah.
right? Okay, thank you.
I don't have anyone else lined up. Trustee Manier?
I have comments. I don't know if we want to wait until after.
Sure, let's go through the comments because we have quite a few public comments. Okay. All right, thank you. First public comment comes from Tina Javier. Next person will be Jessica Wood, followed by Salvador Barrera. Tina Javier. Not seeing Tina. Moving on to Jessica Wood.
Good evening, board. Thank you for being here. I hope this is the right agenda item, but I'll just go ahead. I prepared a speech. My name is Jessica Wood, and I'm currently in my 3rd year teaching at Cesar Chavez Language Academy. I'm here today more than crushed in spirit. I have dedicated the last 3 years of my life to learning all I can to be the best educator that I can. There was a teacher shortage, and while I finished up my education at SSU, I realized I could make a difference in the lives of kids. So I was given a PIP and enrolled in the Be a Teacher program at SCO. I've been teaching full-time in a dual immersion program, all while attending night school twice a week and working extra hard to get my credential. I'm literally in 2 months will get my credential, and I'm working on my EdTPA right now and submitting. And I've been told that I must be let go because I'm on a probationary period. I'm more than heartbroken. Let's see. There was a teacher shortage, and I think at that time we all realized how important our teachers were. We started to realize the learning loss and the social and emotional well-being of our students were affected, and so we started putting money in support for our schools. We need to, okay. Right now, we have a chance to make a difference in the lives of teachers, students, faculty, and even more importantly, our students. We as a community say we care about our students and family, but I ask you to think about the decisions that have been made. I work nights and weekends and miss out on being with family so that I can serve my precious students. We all do. We do not work in education for money, but for the outcome. We can cut 1 or 2 positions at the top instead of many positions, make more mandatory days off. There are other solutions. So for those of us that are close to getting our credential, I ask that you would show the community the commitment to teachers and our students when it matters. Students come back to my class in room 7 and visit me.
Jessica. Thank you.
Time's up. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. Next, we have Salvador Barrera, followed by Katie Loomis, and then John Sapington, our quest teacher. So, Salvador. Salvador.
My name is Salvador Barrera. Although I appreciate Dr. Castro's plan, but I believe he's missing many pieces of the puzzle. Hola, mi nombre es Salvador Barrera, soy consejero de SOL, abogando nuestras familias de aprendizaje de inglés para 8 años del distrito de Santa Rosa. Me gustaría leer algunas notas de estudiantes con permiso para compartir. Soy de Colombia, llegué caminando. Soy de Afganistán, donde hay una guerra. Soy de El Salvador y estudio aquí es mejor y más seguro. Soy de Honduras y llegué en un camión. Soy de México y creo que hay mucha oportunidad aquí. Mi pregunta, ¿por qué estamos recortando las puestos que sostienen a una población más sensible? Retener a 2 consejeros de SOL para apoyar nuestras 11 escuelas con casi 1,500 estudiantes multilingües es una inversión valorosa. Solo este año hemos tenido 80 estudiantes en una escuela, más de 150 transcripciones, muchas sesiones de consejería, créditos asignados, trabajando con las familias que fueron de su país debido a la violencia. Como resultado, aumentan las tasas de graduación. Casi 250 estudiantes orientamos sesiones de consejería y reclasificación. ¿Por qué recortar estos puestos cuando las familias están pidiendo más apoyo? Si el plan es de tener un personal sin credencial PPS que cubra todas nuestras responsabilidades, ¿cómo verán todas las transcripciones internacional y verán traumas en los 11 sitios? ¿Cómo es posible? Solamente 1/4 de nuestros consejeros son bilingües.
Thank you, Salvador.
Do we have interpretation services? Can you interpret? Okay, thank you, Salvador.
Hello, my name is Salvador Barrera. I am a SOL counselor and have advocated for our English learner families for 8 years at Santa Rosa City Schools. I would like to read some of our newcomer stories, which I have permission to share. I am from Colombia and arrived walking. I am from Afghanistan, where there is war. I am from El Salvador. Studying here is much better. This country is much safer. I am from Honduras and arrived in a truck. It is difficult to understand other people. I moved here from Mexico and think there are many opportunities. My question, why are there are we cutting the positions that support the most vulnerable populations and one population that is increasing in need as Santa Rosa City Schools? Retaining 2 SOL counselors to support our 11 schools with nearly 1,500 multilingual students is a valuable investment. Over 80 newcomer students have arrived at one of my school sites this school year alone. Over 150 transcripts, many counseling sessions, awarded credits, and working with families that fled the country due to violence. As a result, increasing graduation rates. Nearly 250 students, SOL counselors met and guided to reclassify. Why would we cut these positions when families are asking for additional resources? If a plan is to have a non-PPS credential staff cover all our responsibilities, how will they address all international transcripts as well as provide personal trauma counseling at 11 sites? How is that possible? A quarter of secondary sites do not have full-time bilingual counselors. For those who are monolingual English, how long did it take you to find out what I was saying? Now, imagine counseling sessions centered around student trauma. Who will listen to our newcomer student stories? We are asking for equitable access to counseling services for our underserved multilingual learners.
Thank you, Salvador. Before I move to the next person, it is 9:40. We have 20 minutes till 10 o'clock. I'll need a motion to extend our meeting to probably 11:59, if I can hear that. We don't have to stay here until then, but
We'll move to extend the meeting to 11.
do I hear a second?
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Okay, do we need to vote on this one? No? All right. All those in favor? All right, okay. Motion passes. Thank you. Katie Loomis, followed by John Sebington and Tara Harstad. Katie here?
Yes. Hi, I'm Katie Loomis. I am speaking tonight to ask you to reinstate the ArtQuest coordinator position to 1.0 FTE. The ArtQuest coordinator position needs to remain full-time as realized and supported by SRCS and the board in 2007. ArtQuest is heavily based on recruitment, marketing, program articulation, and numerous events, performances, and showcases throughout the year, which requires the oversight and support of a full-time coordinator. ArtQuest needs to be supported in the way that it was envisioned and intended to be. There can be no meaningful in-between. Diluting the program down is unfair to the 325 students who specifically seek out ArtQuest for their high school experience. If our program's vision, mission, and staff are slowly chipped away at, the unfortunate reality is we will no longer be able to continue to attract and retain students. Since the pandemic, ArtQuest has been impacted due to a variety of reasons, including collapsing sections and losing our AQ counselor. Now we are faced with the reality of our coordinator position being reduced to a 0.8 FTE. ArtQuest was created to help grow enrollment at Santa Rosa High School 30 years ago. The program accomplished just that, bringing in 600 plus students from inside and outside the district. With the help and full support of the district and board, the program will once again see growth, driving and increasing enrollment numbers at Santa Rosa High School and within the district. As you recently made a resolution recognizing March as Arts Education Month, I ask you to reinstate the ArtQuest coordinator position to full-time. Reducing it will have a profoundly negative impact on the health and enrollment of the program. While I understand the gravity of the tough decisions that you are having to make due to low enrollment and need for fiscal responsibility, I encourage you not to overlook the power of the arts. I ask you to fully invest in the ArtQuest program that has been a pillar of our community for 30 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. Next, we have John, followed by Tara Hastad. Then we have Rachel Spector.
I am John Sappington, ArtQuest photography instructor, and I'm here representing the entire ArtQuest faculty. Dear Superintendent Trunell and Board of Trustees, I am respectfully asking that you reinstate the ArtQuest coordinator position to 1.0 FTE. You recently voted to reduce the position to 0.8 FTE, which would have a negative impact on the ArtQuest program, SRHS, and the district. However, the fires in our community and the worldwide pandemic impacted ArtQuest along with SRCS. As a result, we have endured collapsing sections and losing our AQ counselor. Now we are faced with the reality of our coordinator position being reduced to 0.8. Teachers in the program rely upon the ArtQuest coordinator to oversee marketing, coordinate recruitment efforts, maintain our social media website, facilitate the enrollment process, and organize our program-wide events. Teachers focus on developing and enriching curriculum and provide unique experiences for our students. With the help and support of the district and the board, the ArtQuest program could once again increase enrollment for SRHS and the district. During this time of financial challenges, fully funding a program that has a proven track record of increasing enrollment seems prudent. And the arts need advocacy would be one last piece I would throw into that. So please support us.
Thank you, John. Tara Harstad, followed by Rachel Spector. Then we have Damaris Rodriguez.
Good evening. I'm Tara Hochstadt, and I'm reading with permission in behalf of a letter from Salvador Jr. Ochoa Savalsa, who was a previous graduate in 2018 of LCL. Dear Santa Rosa School Board members, in 1996, my mother entered the U.S. without legal status. Her parents believed she could have a better life by being in the United States, and so terrified, she crossed the border and enrolled in LCL in high school. She did not know what steps to follow for graduation, and with no parent help available, she decided to quit school and begin working. Later in 2008, due to the housing crisis, my parents were forced to move back to Mexico. I wanted to follow their dreams and decided to educate myself to succeed in life and better my community. I migrated to the US without my family and enrolled in LCL in school. I knew that the language barrier and the cultural difference on top of being new to the country would be difficult, just like it was for my mother. However, I found help in a welcoming person when I got to LCL and via Salvador Barrera. Salvador clearly explained the process of enrolling in certain classes and how to be placed in more challenging classes. He even explained the process of reclassification. I told him my goal was to graduate high school and finish my parents' dream. He told me all about college, and helped me with applying to universities. Had I not received this support from Salvador, I probably wouldn't have graduated high school on time and thus not continued to the university. To this day, I wondered if my mom received the help from Soul Counseling, how that would be. Currently, I'm attending UC Davis, working on a PhD in mathematics to hopefully become a professor at Santa Rosa Junior College to support future students in my community. I strongly believe in the work done by the counselors in the SOUL program, and it's valuable. As I speak my truth into the cases of others I know.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tara. Next, we have Rachel Spector, followed by Damaris Rodriguez, and then Sandra Lemus.
Good evening. My name is Rachel Spector, and I'm reading this letter on behalf of Cynthia Budel-Spacker, an outreach specialist for Land Paths organization. Hello, dear board members. I would like to share with you about one specific life-changing event that our SOUL counselors, Sal and Dino, were able to make possible with their expertise, compassion, and patience. While working at the Caritas Family Center, I came across a family that had just gotten to the US from Mexico. In this family, there were 3 children. The oldest daughter had just turned 18 a few weeks before arriving. She was told that she no longer needed or could go to school because of her age. This devastated her since she had gone to school in Mexico and was to graduate at the end of this school year. The first person I reached out to was Ms. Chatty, who then contacted Sal and Dino when we told them about this young lady's situation, and they asked to have all school transcripts and anything else that they had to prove she had completed and met the requirements for high school graduation. They were able to translate her transcripts and get her enrolled in Santa Rosa High School. They also got her tested as an LPAC student and properly placed her in the right classes, so she was on track to graduate this school year. This was truly a life-changing event for the student. She had already started to give up on her hope and dream of continuing her education. She had already started working to help support her family. But when she was given the opportunity to go back and finish high school, she fully applied herself. She even went on to enroll at the JC after graduating. I know this is just one success story, but think of how many more will be missing out on this type of opportunity. I hope this helps show the value of these positions. Thank you for your time. Cynthia Budelsbacher. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. Next, we have Damaris Rodriguez, followed by Sandra Lemus, followed by Joaquín Huerta.
Gracias por permitirme estar aquí esta noche y hablar con ustedes. Y traduce este comentario en el último minuto. Espero que no haya errores. In the last board meeting, it was mentioned that there are 7,000 multilingual students currently in this district due to the large number of students who are newcomer students for which the different schools in the district will receive state and federal funds. It is the district's responsibility to allocate those funds to support the students directly, and it is evident that if not, the most affected community will be the English learners community. We appreciate that the last meeting, through the action of the Board of Directors, especially Dr. Alegría de la Cruz and President Omar Medina, these positions were temporarily exempted. We request that all the positions that are proposed to be eliminated be evaluated and that the Sonoma County Office of Education more transparently publish the process that was used to determine this list, since so far it is not perceived in this way. Additionally, we demand that the staff who remain in this position be trained on reclassification issues and on issues that support the development of English learners. Similarly, we request that the position that directly impacts students with special needs and mainly students with disability be protected. We must prioritize TOSA position in the multilingual service department and in position that directly impacts students with IAPS. We propose to reevaluate the need and contribution
Thank you. Your time
of
is up.
sole counselors in our schools.
Thank you, Damaris Rodriguez. Next, we have Sandra Lemus, followed by Joaquín Huerta. Then we have Dino Botaglini.
Hi, good evening. I'm Sandra Lemos, and before I actually start what I wrote down, I just had a comment from what I've been hearing, and it's kind of needing some clarification or just some, basically just, I'm kind of boggled by, why I thought that originally these sole counselors were initially hired because the reclassification wasn't happening. It wasn't being successful. So that's why these two positions were, correct me if I'm incorrect with that, but that was my understanding. So like to, take a look at, you guys take a look at that and see what happened. But anyway, good evening. My name is Sandra Lemos, and I am a parent to a grad of 2022 and a freshman currently in high school in the San Jose City School Districts. I'm here today in support of keeping our two sole LCAPS counselors. I know that I'm going to be speaking to the choir, knowing that you know that how valuable and crucial these positions are for our district, especially for our most vulnerable populations. As we heard from Mr. Barrera earlier, many of these students are here alone, language barriers, no knowledge or tools to guide them in the right direction. But I know firsthand that Mr. Barrera has the ability to be able to build those relationships and really put them back right into track. So we have a personal story here is I was connected with our sole counselors in 2022 when we found out my son was not going to graduate from missing credit prior to graduation. At first I worked with my son to reach out to his teachers and school counselors on his own, but he'd come home every day sadly saying, "There's nothing I can do, Mom." And then I attempted to reach out to both his counselor and his teachers, only to hit barriers and walls and getting nowhere. And all I needed was some clarification and understanding of how this was missed. He had some good, he had good attendance, played baseball for the 3 years,
Thank
3 out
you,
of the 4 years.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Oh my goodness, that went by so fast. But yes, thank you. Please take a look at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra. Next, we have Joaquin Huerta, followed by Dino Bottaglini, followed by Will Lyon.
Hello, my name is Joaquin Huerta. I'm a graduate of Montgomery High School. And when I first met Mr. Barrera, the year I was missing some credits in class, he really helped me out with understanding what I needed to do. And, I wasn't getting any of this information from any other counselor or my teachers. So I'm here today to ask you to keep the SOL program and counselors going. Before I met him, I was already given up. I was just going to take summer classes after my senior year. I wasn't able to walk. And if it wasn't for him to encourage me and have me try one more time, I probably wouldn't have graduated. He was very easy to talk to and made me feel comfortable, and he made me feel like I didn't fail. I thank him for not only really trying for me, but also for doing this for countless students, not just a little handful. It's a lot of students that he's impacting, and all the other SOL counselors are. I thank him for also helping me regain my confidence in school, and I am now attending Santa Rosa Junior College and working for the city of Santa Rosa. And I'm now mentoring youths just like he is, and I'm only doing a sliver of what he did for me. I help out the youth in after school and summer programs, and I hope to inspire these kids just as he did to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Joaquin. Next, we have Dino Bottaglini, followed by Mr. Will Lyon, followed by Deborah Tapia de Martin.
Good evening, trustees. I apologize for Mr. Castro for not properly representing what we do and giving you incomplete information. But with that, I'm Dino Bottaglini, the SOL counselor. I can speak tonight in detail how EL students and families are constantly targeted within this district, but I'm not going to do that tonight. I can also speak in detail about board decisions to keep EL supports and how decisions were blatantly ignored and disrespected by some people presenting tonight, but I'm not going to talk about that either. I can also talk in detail about how some administrators create positions and hire their friends and spouses to take these positions, but I'm not going to talk, and not only take those positions, but you will never see them up for elimination, but I'm not going to talk about that either. What I'm going to talk about is leadership. Every year, there's multiple unfilled positions within the district. Even after the unfilled positions have been cut, historically, those positions are still unfilled. When those positions goes unfilled, they're budgeted at the beginning of the school year. And then, as the cycles continue throughout the months, when they continue to remain unfilled, some of them require substitutes, some of them do not, some of them are paid categorically, some are not. But that money goes back into the general fund. So with that, I am going to say on public record today that I will forfeit my salary and donate it back to Santa Rosa City Schools if all unfilled positions are filled and the money is unavailable to fund the SOL positions. I make this public promise because I know firsthand the importance of the impact of SOL counselors have on the lives of our EL students that are often go unseen. I invite our district administration, Ms. Trinnell, Mr. Castro, to unite with me and take me up on this challenge and forfeit part of your salary for what our students deserve within our district.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dino.
Thank you, Dino. Next, we have Will Lyon, followed by Deborah Tapia de Martin, followed by Demaris Cordero.
Good evening, members of the board, members of the community.
I was asked by a union sibling to read this letter. It's by Rachel Prather, who is a school psychologist at Montgomery and LC Allen High School. Dear board members, I'm a school psychologist for Montgomery High School, and I am supportive of keeping our SOL counseling position. Mr. Barrero has been supporting our EL newcomer program, our population at Montgomery High School. Mr. Barrero works closely with students, helping them navigate their school and making sure they are getting the appropriate support for their needs. He has helped this year to help identify students with potential learning disabilities to our counseling and special education teams. In one particular case at Montgomery, after working with the student, Mr. Barrera brought to my attention a student that needed to be assessed. Mr. Barrera noticed the difficulties and had evidence to support a need for assessment. The student was failing and saw no hope for graduation from high school. Mr. Barrera was able to help the student get the support necessary for him to be successful. He is now passing his classes and might potentially graduate. The student had lost hope, and because of Mr. Becerra's assistance, is now looking forward to his future and even played on a sports team this year. I hope that Mr. Barrera will be able to continue the good work that has been essential for our EL populations, their families, and our school community. Without the connection and continuity of services that our SOL counselors provide, I'm afraid the EL population and our school community would suffer greatly. Please help us to provide useful, needed services by keeping this position for Mr. Barrera and other SOL counselors at our school site and other sites and that he services. Respectfully, Rachel Prather. Thank you.
Thank you, Will. Next, we have Deborah Tapia de Martin, followed by Damaris Cordero, followed by Mr. Alex Suarez. Deborah, are you still here? Don't see you. Okay. All right, moving on to Damaris Cordero. Sorry, Damaris. Okay, we have multiple of these. Mr. Alex Suarez.
Gracias. Voy a continuar leyendo la carta que de parte del comité de DILAC hemos traído esta noche. Solicitamos que haya una evaluación de esas posiciones que sea en base al desempeño personal principalmente y que no sea solamente el criterio para eliminación por medio de señoría. Basado en dicha evaluación, si se tienen que eliminar posiciones, se pueden eliminar. Sin embargo, tenemos como compromiso seguir apoyando a nuestros estudiantes. Recordemos que las posiciones de facilitadores de involucramiento familiar son esenciales para el funcionamiento de cada escuela. Muchas veces los facilitadores proveen servicios de traducción y ayudan a mantener la comunicación entre los padres de los aprendices de inglés. No obstante, ellos son solamente parte del equipo necesario para apoyar a estos estudiantes. Proponemos servicios o programas de tutoría. Solicitamos un reporte de cuántos estudiantes clasificados como aprendices de inglés se encuentran matriculados y qué promedio de estudiantes se reclasifican en general. Es nuestro derecho a conocer esta información. Antes de finalizar cualquier decisión que de forma drástica impacte a nuestra comunidad, invitamos cordialmente a cada uno de los miembros de la mesa directiva, así como a la Oficina de Educación del Condado de Sonoma, como parte de esta comunidad, a tener un diálogo y a escuchar a nuestra comunidad. Esto puede llevarse a cabo en nuestra próxima reunión, programada para el 4 de abril, o podemos convocar una reunión para abrir el diálogo, para ser escuchados y escuchar las propuestas que tengan para nosotros, así llegando a un
Thank you,
acuerdo
Mr.
mutuo.
Suarez. Thank you.
I can provide translation. I can provide translation. Thank you. Okay, so we request that there will be an evaluation of all the positions that are in question, and that this evaluation is based on the performance of the people occupying the positions, and that not only seniority is taken into account. Based on this evaluation, if there is a need to eliminate positions, we understand that these need to be eliminated. However, let's remember that we still need to continue to support our students. Let's also remember that the family engagement facilitators are essential to the functioning of our schools. Many times these facilitators provide interpreting services to our English learners. However, these are only part of the team that we need to support our students. We propose that there will be programs or tutoring services. We request that the district provides count of students that have been reclassified and how many students normally reclassified generally. It is our right to know this information. Before you finalize any decision that drastically impacts our community, we would like to cordially invite you, each of you as board members and the Sonoma County Office of Education to be part of our dialogue. This can happen at our regularly scheduled ELAC,
Thank
DLAC
you,
meeting.
Mr. Thank you, Mr. Suarez. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Suarez. Next, and our last card is from Kelsey Vero, or Kelsey Vero.
Hi, my name is Kelsey Vero, and I'm with the North Bay Organizing Project. We have an immigrant defense task force, and they have worked on language justice in schools because they have seen the importance of this issue as fundamental to upholding the constitutional right of students to an equal education, affecting their futures profoundly. Having access to those who speak the same language is not optional, nor is trauma-informed and culturally competent counseling. In our work in community organizing on many levels, we see the results of our resources being allocated in a way that feels backwards, as though we are treating the symptoms of a disease while watching it spread. When looking at this list of positions to be cut, I cannot help but remember the last few months of school board meetings where our approach to support, intervention, and safety has been debated, including proposed programs that would carry large price tags and create deeper cuts. Early intervention is indeed linked to safety. I can't help but worry that we will see our resources continue to be allocated to cleaning up a mess we have spent years making. The programs that serve the most marginalized students should be at the top of our priorities and the last to be cut. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelsey. This comes back to the board for further discussion. Do we have any board members? Trustee Manieri?
Yeah, I can go first. So I'm gonna do a little switch in my brain y voy a empezar a hablar en español. If I have time to translate, I will do so, but I'd like to say this in Spanish. Preparé algunas palabras en preparación para este tema de hoy. Entiendo las preocupaciones relacionadas con la propuesta de eliminar 2 puestos de consejería históricamente dedicados a servir a los estudiantes aprendices de inglés. Es importante reconocer que a primera vista esa decisión puede parecer una reducción en el apoyo para nuestros estudiantes de EL. Sin embargo, quiero asegurarles que esto nos brinda la oportunidad de transformar fundamentalmente cómo servimos a nuestra diversa población estudiantil. Nuestros estudiantes de EL son una parte vital e integral de nuestra comunidad escolar. Su éxito y logros son de suma importancia para nosotros. Si bien la eliminación de estos puestos puede generar preocupaciones, es esencial reconocer que concentrar los servicios únicamente entre 2 personas puede conducir inadvertidamente a la descentralización y marginación de nuestra población de EL. Tenemos una oportunidad aquí de cambiar radicalmente nuestro enfoque para apoyar a nuestros estudiantes EL. Al centralizar nuestros servicios e integrarlos en nuestro sistema general, podemos fomentar una cultura de responsabilidad compartida para el éxito académico y logro de nuestros estudiantes de EL. Este cambio nos permite capacitar a cada miembro de nuestra comunidad escolar, incluidos maestros, administradores, consejeros y personal de apoyo, para contribuir al desarrollo integral de nuestros estudiantes EL. No es nuestra intención invalidar el importante trabajo de nuestros consejeros SOL. Sabemos que es importante y transformador, sino más bien dar un paso hacia la integración de servicios para garantizar un apoyo integral a todos los estudiantes. Tengo entendido que las personas en estos 2 puestos pueden continuar siendo consejeros en Santa Rosa City Schools si así lo desean, lo cual los animo a considerar porque claramente son muy queridos. En la última reunión de la Junta Directiva, priorizamos a nuestros TOSAs de EL y nuestro Departamento de Servicios Multilingües están comprometidos con este cambio y continuará brindando apoyo dedicado a nuestros estudiantes EL. Reconozco que el cambio puede ser desafiante, pero juntos podemos garantizar que cada estudiante reciba el apoyo que necesita para prosperar. Si alguien gusta hablar más sobre este tema conmigo, estoy dispuesta para continuar la conversación. Do I have time to read that in English?
Of course
Vice
you
President
do.
Flores? I understand the concerns surrounding the proposed elimination of 2 counseling positions historically dedicated to serving our English language learners. It's important to acknowledge that on the surface, this decision may seem like a reduction in support for our EL students. However, I want to assure you that this presents us with an opportunity to fundamentally transform how we serve our diverse student population. Our English language learners are a vital and integral part of our school community. Their success and achievement are of utmost importance to us. While the elimination of these positions may raise concerns, it's essential to recognize that concentrating services solely within 2 individuals can inadvertently lead to decentralization and marginalization of our EL population. We have an opportunity here to rethink and reshape our approach to supporting our EL students. By centralizing our services and integrating them into our overall system, we can foster a culture of shared responsibility for their academic success and achievement. This shift allows us to empower every member of our school community, including teachers, administrators, counselors, and support staff, to contribute to the holistic development of our EL students. It is not our intention to invalidate the important work of our SOL counselors. We know it is important and transformative, but rather to take a step towards integrating services to ensure comprehensive support for all of our students. It is my understanding that the individuals in these 2 positions can continue to be counselors in Santa Rosa City Schools if they wish, which I encourage them to consider because they are clearly very valued and cared for. In the last board meeting, we prioritized EL TOSAs, and our multilingual services department is committed to this change and will continue to provide dedicated support to our EL students. I acknowledge change can be challenging, but together we can ensure every student receives the support they need to thrive. And if anyone wants to continue this conversation with me, I am more than happy to talk to anyone.
Thank you, Trustee Maniera. Do we have any other board members? Seeing none. Okay. This is an action item. Do I have a motion?
I'll make the motion. Move for approval of resolution number 2023-2447.
Second.
Moved by Board Member Sheffield, seconded by Board Member McNally. Roll call vote, please.
Student Board Member Rao.
Aye.
Trustee Sheffield.
Aye.
Trustee McNally.
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
Trustee Manieri.
Aye.
Vice President Flores.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you. Moving on to item F4, resolution number 2023-24-48, reduction in classified workforce involving California School Employees Association, CSEA, Chapter 75 for the 24-25 school year.
Thank you, Vice President Flores. Superintendent Chanel, members of the board, members of the public that are here with us and online. As we strive to balance our budget moving forward, in addition to making classified reductions, we are needing to make some, in addition to making certificated reductions, we are needing to make classified reductions. And what we have presented today are 2 classified management positions, as well as you will see a list of classified positions for reductions. However, I do want to mention that the majority of those positions are vacancies currently. And after looking at bumping rights and reductions in FTE, we are looking at only 2 classified employees that would be receiving layoff notices.
Thank you. This is an action item. Do we have any board member questions? Seeing none, this is item F4. Don't see any blue cards. Do we have any blue cards, Melanie?
No, there are no blue cards for this item.
Okay, this comes back to the board for either more comment or discussion or an action or a motion. Do I hear a motion?
Move to approve.
Second. Moved by Director Manieri, seconded by McNally. Sorry, I didn't see you. Seconded by Trustee De La Torre. Roll call.
Trustee McNally.
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
Trustee Sheffield.
Aye.
Trustee Manieri.
Aye.
Vice President Flores.
Aye. Thank you. Moving on to item F5, public comment regarding California School Employee Association, Chapter 75, CSEA, 75, Sunshine Proposal for Contract Reopeners, openers, with the Santa Rosa City School District for the 24-25 school year. Typo here. Thank you. This is a public hearing. I guess I do the gavel. Okay. Do we have any public comments?
I believe you have 1 blue card there for F5.
F5. I don't see one.
No, or was it F6? No.
F6.
Okay. So there are no blue cards for F5.
Okay.
This is where you would actually make.
Right.
Ashley Bell and Will.
Correct, but this is where you would make the public comment during the hearing, not during the action item. That's how it works. So when it's a public hearing, you make the public comment
turn
during
your
the
mic
public
on.
hearing. There will be no ask for public comment during F6.
Sunshine.
CSEA. So you want F7.
So this is it for F7. Okay.
F7.
All
Okay.
right.
Thank you.
Got it. Thank you. Hearing none, hearing is closed. Moving to the next item, which is F7, action for the California School Employee Association, Chapter 75, CSEA 75, Sunshine Proposals for contract openers with the San Jose City Schools District for the 2024-2027 school year. Did I get that right? Okay, thank you. The board will consider action on CSEA sunshine proposals. Presenting these items are Dr. Vicky Sands.
Yes, thank you. So we are asking the board to accept CSEA Chapter 75 Sunshine Proposal for the 24-27 negotiation cycle, and CSEA negotiation successor proposal is to reopen the following articles. Article 1 for recognition, they want to update the date and list of bargaining unit positions. Okay. Article 2, association rights. Article 8, transfers. Article 9, safety. Article 10, leaves. Article 11, vacation leaves. Article 12, holidays. Article 13, compensation. Article 14, pay and allowance. Article 16, layoff, reemployment, and contracting out bargaining unit work. And Article 17, miscellaneous provisions. So we are asking the board to consider accepting CSEA's sunshine proposal with the Santa Rosa City School District for contract openers for 24 through 27, of which said proposals will be addressed through the meet and negotiate process. And we would like to say that the district looks forward to working collaboratively with CSEA to serve the staff and students of Santa Rosa City Schools.
This goes back to the board for any questions. I mean, I have a dumb question. So we just had our budget proposal, right? And we saw the proposed increase for SRTA. That does not show, our budget does not show any of, because we haven't started negotiations, right?
Correct. We have not started negotiations with CSEA, and their current contract does not expire until October.
Got it. All right, thank you. Thank you for the clarification. Any other questions? No, okay, so this is item F6.
I move approval of CSEA 75 sunshine proposals for contract openers.
Second?
Second.
Moved by Director Sheffield, seconded by Director De La Torre. Roll call, please.
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
Trustee McNally.
Aye.
Trustee Manieri.
Aye.
Vice President Flores.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation, Dr. Sands. We're moving on to F7. This is an action item. First read and possible waiver of second read of Board Policy 6146.1. The board will consider approval of a correction of a previously presented variable term waiver presented for a people personnel services credential for Angelica Montalban. Wait. Oh my God, this is old. Sorry. Board policy. Thank you. The board of Education will be presented with the recommendations, suggestions of revising and updating Santa Rosa City Schools graduation requirements based on the recent work by the Santa Rosa City Schools Graduation Requirement Committee. Presenting, we have Superintendent Turnell and Dr. Castro and Tim Stolinardo.
Timmy Z.
Timmy Z. There you go. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Flores, members of the board, those who are still with us, yay, in person and online. We bring forward this potential revision to Board Policy 6146.1, which is our graduation requirements board policy. Specifically, there is a graduation requirements committee that was formed and began meeting in January to discuss the need for short-term and long-term considerations in this board policy as we continue to think about access and equitability for our students with the goal of increasing our graduation rates. So we do have some committee members in the House tonight, and I know that they have blue cards to share some of their thinking. I want to be able to streamline this conversation and get to the point. There are two versions tonight for the board to consider. The reason why there are two versions is that the committee really thought about caveating some changes that would expand opportunity for the class of 2026 in version number 1, and I'll explain a little bit more about that. Also, eliminating the specification of Math 2P under the waiver section and replacing that with language that I'll get to. And then also providing clarification that a student does not need to essentially be placed into the third year of math, fail that year before they're offered the waiver. Part of the rationale for that is that it could potentially limit opportunities for students to take other courses of interest by having to take the time to spend time in the course and potentially not do well in the course to the point of failure. The second option, or version 2, eliminates all of the language in our current policy that restricts who the waiver is applied for, and it simply creates an ongoing waiver in the event that one is necessary and applicable for students with the blessing of their parents. We did consult with our math department chairs because this particular focus of tonight is around mathematics, and they were able to give us some input as well. So we present the board with these two versions. So again, going back to version number 1, right now, our board policy includes waivers for the class of 2024 and the class of 2025. That's our current seniors and juniors. This version number 1 extends the waiver for the class of 2026, which is our current sophomore class. The caveat here is, and the difference is, for the current class of 2024 and the class of 2025, there is the option to provide the waiver to them now and have it be applicable to them now. If we add the class of 2026, it's not the same meaning. It doesn't mean that we're giving them the waiver now, essentially saying you don't have to take any more math. What it does say is that they will be given the option for starting with their junior year and beyond. The second part of this version is the elimination of the specification of Math 2P. In the California state law, it says that all students, in order to graduate from a school in California, must take either integrated Math 1 or Algebra 1. In our board policy, when we talk about the waiver language, we've included that students must also take Math 2P, which is the equivalent of an integration of algebra, geometry, and some Algebra 2, and some statistics, or geometry that is in other districts. So we are recommending that we eliminate Math 2P and we replace the language with the language that says to include a second year of math that exceeds Math 1P. So that is actually our introduction of language, because we would like to offer other types of courses beyond Math 2P that would then also apply to the waiver. Correct. And we have our math teams working really hard right now to create additional options and opportunities of math courses and not just solely Math 2P. Lastly, there was conversation in our graduation committee, which did not come with 100% agreement, I will admit, and I know some of our committee members would also admit, whether we would automatically, for students who maybe have passed their first 2 years of mathematics, but perhaps they want to take a completely different type of course and don't want to take the third year of math, whether we would automatically offer them the waiver or whether they would have to be placed into a third year of math, and then if they're struggling, could be offered the waiver. Okay, so right now, our direction has been, based on the spirit of what I understand the board to want, is that students will be placed into a third year of math. And we don't want to eliminate that option. Even with the waiver, we still want to give them the opportunity to take the course. And the waiver is in place. If they struggle, then they can qualify for the waiver. So the idea here is that we would actually say students don't have to be given the option of the third year of math based on a conversation with their counselor, with the students, and with the family, because that always is a part of the equation. They don't have to automatically be placed in the third year of math. They could actually waive out right away so that they don't have to, and they could potentially take other courses in lieu of that. Now, mind you, this is strictly for, if all of this language is adopted, it would be for the classes of 2026, sorry, 2024, 2025, 2026. Sorry, the night is getting long. So that's version 1 for the board's consideration. Version 2 removes all of the waiver specification as far as the classes are concerned, and it simply says that students shall be encouraged to complete UC eligibility requirements in mathematics, but may omit the third year of math upon written, knowledgeable application by a student's parent or guardian. So it becomes an ongoing waiver that becomes a regular part of the board policy, and it does not have a stopgap on where we will stop the waiver from being applied.
So you had mentioned that we have some math teachers here and maybe talk about if we're looking at version 1.
We don't have any math teachers here tonight, but we do have committee members.
Okay, so.
They have blue carded.
Okay, and that's fine. I wanted to hear what that alternative math course, I'm interested in hearing about that.
Mr.
I don't know if anybody could speak to that.
Speak to that.
Yeah, thank you. Good evening, Board of Education. Thanks for allowing us to speak to this. So I want to mention that there's actually a multitude of courses being worked on. You might remember, so I'm going to answer your question. It's going to take a quick delay to just kind of highlight that there was mention of concern for Math 1A, 1B, which had existed and is coming to the end of a pilot phase. So that is actually currently under works and will include as part of Math 1B this bridge between what would be a traditional integrated Math 1 and a traditional integrated like Math 2P. So that's one thing that's being worked on, so that those courses will be kind of revisioned and provide students the ability to take Math 1, this bridging course, and then could choose kind of where they go from there. And the bridging course would allow them to go to any option they want. What you're specifically asking about is what's this replacement for Math 2P? That is a data science replacement. The belief that in the California standards and through the UC Regents, the focus on data science over the last few years has said that it's just as rigorous and just as invigorating for students to be able to excel at mathematical understanding through data science as it is to go through like a traditional Math 2P, which kind of gets into things that would be for higher level math application. So we're trying to make sure that we have multiple options for students for them to apply their learning and to be invigorated and engaged in learning. And the course is being designed so that students could choose kind of what they want to do at the completion of that, but most specifically feed into some of our courses that already exist in Math 3P equivalents, which are statistics in, sports, our math with financial implications, our statistics with social justice.
So my understanding is that students, can go directly from Math 1P to this alternative setting, and they complete the A through G sequence. Is that what I'm hearing?
Good question. So a student can go from Math 1. If they were to do the revisioning of Math 1A, 1B, the 1B would be what we call this bridge course. We're affectionately calling it a 1.5, a Math 1.5. Student would do that. That would be 2 years. They would then choose to continue forward. They would be able to go forward into a Math 2P equivalent or Math 2P itself. There would still be, in theory, if they did not have any failure, the ability to complete another year of math, which could be equivalent to the third year, which would then be UC transferable. Now, go ahead.
Just for clarification, can you list the options for that level?
So
which is the equivalent of a third year of math. Is that what I'm hearing?
nope. Yep.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay,
Yep.
so what list of courses do you have for that third year of math?
For the third year of math, equivalent to Math 3P.
Yes,
So we have Math 3P.
right?
We have math with financial implications. We have statistics and sports.
Okay.
And we have
all right, got it.
statistics, social justice.
Yeah, got it. Okay, thank you.
Hope of other offerings, or is that what we have?
Yes, the team is going to continue to work on additional opportunities and offerings.
And I guess, where do they come from? I know you're looking at other options. I mean, I struggled in math. I struggled in high school, went to college. My major required additional math. I discovered economics. I discovered statistics. I discovered logistic argument. All of those fit within the requirements for my specific major. And I loved them. And I figured it out. And it all really made sense to me. And later on in life, I went into political science. And all of that was very useful. Sadly, I have not used much of the math that I had to learn in high school. I mean, yes, I did for practical purposes, and no offense to math teachers out there. I love what you did, and I'm sure I absorbed some of that, but what I use in my day-to-day life is more the statistics, the economics, yeah, so I mean, the offerings are important, and what are allowed, I guess, under the university system is important.
So we've had very narrow offerings of mathematics courses. And so there's a lot of excitement at the idea of being able to expand into other options. There are some parameters, though. They are using the UC Doorways portal, which is where all A through G courses for high schools around the state of California, where their courses are housed. And so they are referencing those lists to see what other districts are offering as an equivalent to a Math 2P, for example. And so they are working through that. Each of those courses will have to be submitted to UC Doorways so that it can still meet the A through G requirements.
I was looking at that list not too long ago, and I looked at an Algebra 2 and construction class. So it's an actual, CTE course that fulfills an Algebra 2 requirement, which is the third year of math, right? So, I mean, there are some courses out there that could potentially be more attractive for our students that will fulfill that third year of math.
Could I add one thing to that?
Sure.
I'm aware of time, so thank you, and our colleagues who are here want to speak to this item, but yes, Santa Rosa City Schools is involved in a robust move towards integrated pathways through the Golden State Pathways grants, and it would be putting the cart before the horse, as they say, to go ahead and decide what all these options should be. What we need to do is intentionally look at where there's alignment and coherence, and that wave of potential possibilities for integrated pathways opens up the connection between career technical education, industry-based, work-based learning experiences, courses, and those could lead to prospective courses that integrate and have direct applicability for real-world experiences for students, which we think would drive interest.
I really want to hear what our people in the committee want to say. Is that okay? Can I move on to that? Yeah, okay? All right, so moving to the blue cards, we have Michael Von Porten, followed by Ashley Bell and Will Lyon.
Good evening. I'm Mike Bonderport, and I'm one of your committee members and a community volunteer. I'm the single community member on that committee. What an evening here with the cuts being discussed and, of course, the pleas to save positions and programs. I'd like to think I'm here on behalf of the 2,000 students who are currently in our high schools who are basically not on track to graduate. We have 500 this year, but we probably have 500 in each of the following years. So I want to talk about two things. One, despair, and two, compassion. Despair, when we look at the data, the biggest reason where students are not on track to graduate is social science. What does that tell us? It tells us these students have given up. You can show up in a social studies class, do a minimum amount of work. The teachers are handing out friendly Ds. You can graduate. They're basically not even showing up. They've given up. It's despair. So on the compassion side, we know that about 400 or 500 students are showing up in each class way behind. They have 5th and 6th grade skills, and we're dumping them in a 9th grade P-level class, and they really have a very difficult time. They know going to high school is going to be challenging and difficult, and we're giving them really no opportunity. Unfortunately, we don't have an effective program that can take 400 or 500 students and jump them 2 years or 3 years at once in a quick instance. And we're seeing the budget say, we're even being tougher, we're not going to have many of those programs. And remember, by the time they hit 10th grade, they need to be running at 10th grade level. So I'm going to ask you to have some compassion. Please offer these students off-ramps. Let them earn that high school diploma at the state standard and walk out with a diploma from Santa Rosa City Schools instead of saying, you're a failure, you get nothing, get lost.
Thank you, Michael. Sorry, I was just thinking that was option 2, I think you were referring to. Okay, Ashley Bell?
Hi, Ashley Bell, Santa Rosa High School. I'm a co-chair on the committee. And to sort of answer Ed's question, I proposed 4 courses today via my principal to Tim. So it is very possible to propose courses. The list that I was looking at, which was just electives for history, was so long, I literally didn't get to the end of it, and I was 80 pages in. So there's lots and lots of really cool options for things we can do. I'm pushing for a history semester-long elective course, 4 of them. But I haven't talked to Tim yet, so we'll talk about that. The purpose of this, right, is we need to open our doors for students. They want to be at school, but they don't want to feel like they don't know what they're doing. And the purpose of this is to make school accessible to them by providing courses that make sense to them. And so giving them an extension on the waiver, what I'm hoping, right, is that it will give them hope and I won't have to be the social studies teacher who gives the friendly D. But really, right, what we're looking to do is change the outcomes for our students. We have a graduation issue, which we all are aware of. We saw those numbers in December. I know that it upset all of us. This is our short-term solution. I know that I have been here for a long time talking about A through G for all, and I want to thank Anna Trunell because I have been screaming up here from the rooftops for the last 6 years about this, and she's the first person to give me the opportunity to be on a committee to bring you something. Like, this is the closest I've gotten to change on this. That means a lot to me, Anna, so I just want to appreciate you for that because you've had to walk a fine line between me and them and us not always being on the same page. So I just want to ask you to entertain this, to really think about what would it mean if we offered more diverse classes when it came to math too? What would it mean if we increased our family engagement and education around what it means to graduate, what it means to go directly to a 4-year, what it means to access 2 free years at the JC? I think our efforts need to be placed there because every parent that I talk to wants the best for their kids. And the barrier is that they don't know how to access it, not that they don't care.
Thank you, Ashley. Next, we have Will Lyon.
Good evening, everybody. I want to echo the gratitude for both Superintendent Trunell and for Timmy Z. The way you presented the information, it matches what the committee has worked on. We've met 4 times, and we've done a lot of meeting outside of it. And we tried our best to put forward some thoughtful ideas for you to consider. What hasn't been said yet is that our mission is to create graduation requirements that work for all of our students. And our current graduation requirements do not work for all of our students. And the ones that we had before that, they didn't work for all of our students either. So no one's asking to go back to where we were, but there's a lot of room between where we were and where we are now. We decided to take a bifurcated approach where we would try to offer low-hanging fruit that we could implement relatively easily now, with time for our counselors to go and make and our site admin to make adjustments. And so what you're seeing is what the committee thought were the short-term, low-hanging fruit, something that we could handle now, with the idea that we would come back with more thoughtful and harder to work on proposals for recommendations by next October, so they could be implemented in November, so that the counselors and the site admin can line up their shot in December, so they can start onboarding kids in January. These were the things that we think are reasonable, that are relatively, that they're manageable now. They still match our values of giving every kid access to college curriculum, but it also gives kids access to graduation who are otherwise struggling and are not, you know, as has been mentioned, are struggling. So thank you very much for considering it. On behalf of the committee, we urge you to look at these carefully and with an eye towards adopting the recommendations.
Thank you, Will. That brings us back to the board for more discussion. Trustee De La Torre.
So this is an action item, and we're looking at two different versions. Does that mean we have to differentiate and pick in our motion which version we are motioning to?
That's correct.
And out of these versions, which version is providing multiple off-ramps for these students for other opportunities of success?
The second one is a little more rest of the maybe not the right word, but a little more support.
Yeah, no, please, stop.
The second one gives parents an opportunity to decide that they want to have their kid in photography instead of Math 3. The waiver, as it's written now, has, you got to kind of fail first. So we've clarified that language, but it doesn't yet give as much leeway for parents to opt out, to opt for another pathway. So I think you could theoretically adopt them both. You could adopt one or the other. You could amend and then adopt. You could table. You could reject it all. I hope that you don't. But the way that they're set up, I don't know that it's an either or. I think that you could do both, or you could do one or the other. I feel like the second one gives a little bit more agency to parents.
So I really appreciate that explanation, especially as a parent perspective of a student who's an active junior. And I've had two students who have now graduated college. And for our family, the 4-year UC was not an option for our students because that was emotionally, mentally, they were not ready for that right out of high school. So as a parent, I want to be able to help be a part of that conversation because time is of the essence and we don't have a lot of it. And if we are continuing to put students in positions to waste time failing, if that's not what the family's intent was from go, let the family be part of that conversation. So I like that we had a little more clarification on what those two options meant and what it means from a family engagement perspective and how that might help guide students to different opportunities.
When I think about this, I think when we made the change to A through G for all, we were looking to remove the idea of opting in, right? We wanted everybody to automatically be in because of disparities in our education system. That meant that some people were opting in and some people weren't based on their family's education and familiarity with the education system. And I look at this change as everyone still is opted in, but we are now allowing the option to opt out. So we're still making the assumption that you're doing all these things, right? But we're giving someone an opt-out option while still honoring the opt-in of A through G for all. And that's how I'm looking at it.
Well, option 2, though, says the removal of the 3rd year, right? I mean, that's what I'm hearing.
Your family can choose to.
Okay, and option 1 says you'll be put in that class automatically, and
That's currently how board policy is being communicated through AR to our counselors. At least that's how it was communicated to us as a committee, is that they are being directed to put students into a 3rd year of math. And then once they failed, then they are receiving the waiver. So we're looking to correct that. I think philosophically, we don't agree with the idea of allowing a student to fail a class long-term and then expecting them to be motivated to be successful in other classes or to want to pursue higher education at another institution.
But it reads that clarification that a student does not need to fail the third year of math before being offered the waiver. That's what it's reading. I guess, you know, and I appreciate both of these options and I see strengths in them. You know, I hear from folks, you know, in the business community who say that their frustration is that students are coming out of high school and they don't have those skills, or they're going off to the JC, and the professors, teachers at the JC are frustrated because they feel like these students are coming in unprepared, or they go off to SSU, and it's the same thing. I've heard from SSU, I've heard from JC, and I've heard from folks in the business community who are saying, well, you know, whatever it is that we're doing, and I don't want to sound like, you know, that crusty parent who says, back in my day, you know,
You're no crusty parent, Ed.
I am a crusty parent. I am.
You're no crusty parent.
But you know, I appreciate, you know, the language, I guess, in version 2 and I guess what you're implying is that the families can be a part of this decision making. I don't see where the families aren't a part of the decision making in version 1.
Can I ask a clarifying question about version 2? Would the families be required to, the family and student be required to meet with a counselor or, okay.
Real key piece of that language in version 2 is knowledgeable application, which is something we had talked about, that the main onus we have is to educate these families on what their options are. And once they're educated, then they have better opportunity to make educated decisions for their student. The student being a part of that process.
And if it's okay to respond to you, Ed, because I hear the same things that you do, right? And I think some of the concerns that the committee had is to the students who we are sending off to a 4-year university, right? How many of them are graduating within 4 years? Like, how prepared are they? And what our SRTA's stance has been always, right, is that the reason that they're not successful in high schools is because they haven't been successful in middle school, they haven't been successful in elementary school, right? Meaning that we need more supports earlier on, right? Part of the issue that teachers saw with A through G for all was that the bill comes due right at the end of high school, and really the bill is due at the end of freshman year, and it hasn't been due any other time, right? We've got, you fail everything 7th grade, you go to 8th grade. You fail everything 8th grade, you go to 9th grade. And then 9th grade, you fail something, you're like, oh my God, I have to retake this. So I think my response to that would be that we as a committee would probably support just more math support in general at lower levels, elementary and middle, to remedy that. And I don't think that that's necessarily an A through G for all thing or anything. That's just, we have, you know, we need more support in math. I don't know if that answers sort of the question.
No, I agree. We need more support in math. But, well, and at the JC, you know, what they've been telling us is that students just spin their wheels there and they fail classes and they fail classes and then they just leave. Or they're taking classes that they don't necessarily need to take.
And I think that's where a lot of teachers, at least in the secondary level, feel a real ethical obligation. The conversation around rigor has come up a lot when we've discussed this, right? And the reason that our teachers are holding the rigor standard is because to send a student to a 4-year university without the skills is signing them up for a lifetime of debt.
Well, or to just graduate them without life skills.
Right, totally, right? I don't want to send a kid off to UCLA and be like, you got this, and then they drop out after 2 years, and how much debt do they have? Right? Student loan debt is a nasty beast. So I think that that's part of the reason that there's been concern from us, right? Is that we want to support students and set them up for long-term success, whatever that looks like.
Right.
Whether it's at UCLA or the JC or
not.
Empire or wherever, right?
Or
Like,
not.
Or not.
You know?
Go, you can go to work.
Right, right.
Time check, we have about 8 minutes left of this board meeting. So any other questions regarding option 1 or option 2? Or any clarifying questions to the committee? Okay, do we have a recommendation to the district? Yes.
I would make a motion that we accept version 2 of 6146.1.
A second.
Version 2 also includes clarification that a student does not need to fail the third year of math, right? That's implied. Okay, because that's in version 1, but it's implied, right? Okay. All right, we have a motion by by Trustee De La Torre, seconded by, who seconded? Trustee Manieri. Roll call vote, please.
Trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
Trustee Manieri.
Aye.
Trustee Sheffield.
No, I'm not sold on it.
Trustee McNally.
Aye.
Vice President Flores.
No. It passes. Okay, moving on to consent items. Thank you. Looking for a motion to approve consent items. We didn't have any pulled, right? 1 through 18.
So moved.
Seconded.
Moved by Trustee Sheffield, seconded by Trustee McNally. Roll
Trustee,
call.
Trustee Sheffield.
Aye.
Trustee McNally.
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
Trustee Manieri.
Aye.
Vice President Flores.
Aye. All right, moving on to H items, approvals of the minutes of the regular board meeting held on February 28th, 2024.
Move approval?
Second.
Moved by Sheffield, second by De La Torre. Roll call, please.
Trustee Sheffield.
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
Trustee McNally.
Aye.
Trustee Manieri.
Aye.
Vice President Flores.
Aye. Any informational items from the board? Yes, De La Torre, yes.
Just real quickly, I know as we're going through reductions and reclassifications and notices, I just ask that we continue to keep this in mind as notices are made of which positions may be reoffered or reclassified to retain access closest to students for future decisions.
Oh, was that clear? Yes. Any other board members? I'd like to have a follow-up on the big picture implementation process at Ridgeway. You know, where we are in terms of implementing big picture learning in our district. Okay, thank you. That moves us to that's informational items for your review. I don't have to go through those. And adjournment. We move to adjourn the meeting at 10:56.
Great job, Vice President Flores.
Excellent.